is my life. Have you ever been so pissed you couldn't breathe? It's just the intricacies of the tangled webs that people weave. I wore my honor on my sleeve, proceeded goodness of my heart. And if I had another chance to take it all back from the start, I wouldn't change a thing. Welcoming the thrilling joke the danger brings. I must admit my mind is always wandering to stranger things. My thoughts are dark, extract the bullets out the flesh and bite the bark. Despite the sharks that leave their biting marks of flame to light the spark. And now I see that all along they didn't want me to be me. Unwounded knee, it's simple, took a 3 and double to be free was just a flea, another grain of sand, a simple speck. When I discovered that through music I can earn people's respect, I was catching wreck on any tape they threw up in the deck to snap their neck and philosophically take people on a trek. My life was whole, my songs became direct connections to my soul. Yo, now the goal's to seal the holes and leave these rats out in the cold. Getting old, but to be honest, I don't even feel my age. And ever since my teacher KRS broke me up out that cage, I'm page for page and line for line, the sickest mind up in the game. And the tone and frequency I spit does something to your brain. You will never be the same after exposure to my skill. You will start to realize your favorite rapper's lesser ill. I do more than keep it real, I do more than spit the truth. As I reiterate, the Akashic record files up in the booth. I'm like directly tapped to consciousness as database and knowledge pool. A higher overstanding of realities, what I've made cool. A simple tool, a microscopic cell from out the total mass. Incredibly, my vocal cords is vibrating distinctly fast to kick your ass and shatter your extremely weakened jaws of glass and tag your cast. My song shall everlast and slash your lash for lash. The master's fast, I masterfully interlace my rhymes to teach my tentacles. I spread across the planet face. My global reach is used for good, cause every single country has their slum and hood. My music speak to people there who suffer and misunderstood. Before I die, I'll teach them all my personal technique to scry. Instead of buy, my spirit moves your Ouija board planchette high. I'll never go, my apparition glows with tatted clothes that flow is simply allegorical. My symbols left for those that know and those that do refuse to walk a mile up in another shoes. You look confused, your whole entire life, my brother, you've been used. A world of slaves, I'd rather walk into the woods and pick a cave than have to pay a tax because the street is theirs and road is paved. My name's engraved, I sit upon my throne and chisel stones and stone is popping, blown and compromised by optic systems in a drone. I won't condone activities that feed into malicious lies. I symbolize my purpose on this planet to resist the ride and show you guys in life there's much to gain but much to lose too. And never trust the soul because you never know when who's who.
From the intro, the God opens your ears and then yo find it and jacks the government for info. Documents, song ghetto occupants. I've been rocking since back in the days. Check the phrase lyrically. My mind creates a maze. Once it get locked in, you're missing for days. And then come back pro-black. So scrap and knowledge yourself. You won't chase material wealth. The spirit your stealth bomber to ever cruise the airwaves. When I drop, the earth crack. Niggas want their frankincense and myrrh back. You made a track, yo, I heard that. It didn't sound tight. You put it on the internet, I'm in your sound bite. Glitch, change the pitch, then switch shit with mine. On time, lyrical contact through digital rhyme. Physical sign on your frame is the bruise. It might ooze, you fuck with the guard, you're bound to lose. Everything is calm until I see you at the next show. Electro. My mic technique unorthodox, it's sorta shock, stocks. Niggas at night, I write something hype. Try to bite, I try to snipe your face with the bass. This is just a taste of lyrical dominance from the mentally prominent man that thinks and sinks deep in the thought, only to emerge and surge with words that use forces to knock white men off of horses when trying to add to black horses. My code Morses, putting all people on positive courses, but of course it's only natural for somebody to try to fuck it up, and that's factual. So I use the same flow to put niggas under in the serpent in the rainbow. Go back to Beat Street and resurrect Ramo. Knock the shit out of spit, verbal eclipse. No light when I write, try to turn it on. I turn and bomb your whole damn set. Veteran to cadet, go to the store, buy the cassette, press play and I just may jump out your radio and video with lyrical spray. What? But with the cops, let me slide, no way. Usual suspect like Kaiser Soze, creeping out the front grid of your Bose. Took you out in your man Jose. DT showed up and said no way. Okay, blanket the whole no proximity. Looking specifically for liftedly, yet my whereabouts remain a mystery. You'll never find, cause I'll forever blind anybody who's trying to bind mine. You're checking the time, Armageddon soon come, you're checking the rhyme. Whack MC soon done, run for cover, hide in fear, what I let go. Electro. Try to jump over my rap synapses soon after your left lung collapses. Look at your watch, no time elapses. Perhaps it's the actual fact that you's the actual whack nigga that lost contact with the real boom bap from way back. But I'ma bring it right to your chest unless you can dodge this missile. Homing, following wherever you're roaming. Back up everyone, the guard zoning. There's no way to keep track of all the spots are blowing. Can't plan to come test, but ain't showing. I'm knowing secret facts about present day and past presidents, using them as rhyme elements, brought forth with eloquence, uplifting every nigga, whether in Jeep, jail, or residence. Speaking in past, future, or present tense, what I invent will then implement. Then
people might think that makes me kind of unreliable or whatever. I wish I could have had this channel, kept up this channel more consistently. The problem is that, like, as you know, if you follow this channel, YouTube doesn't like me very much. And they do everything they can to try and suppress me. I get struck, I get all sorts of shit. So that's like, if I periodically take down my channel and I seem like I'm inconsistent and unreliable, it's not my idea, right? I'm not the one that's in charge of this decision. It's the powers that be have decided that they really don't like my channel. They're really afraid of what I have to say. Drop the link and spread the word, says Neurojack. Yeah, no, I'll definitely do that in a minute. I'll share a StreamYard link. I'll put it in Discord and I'll put it here. I'd like as many people as possible on this panel. I'm not gonna lie, like, one of the things that really got me interested in coming back, even despite all the horse shit that I've had to deal with from like YouTube and the powers that be in general, right? Like, I just feel like I can't rest until these beta clowns have been exposed. And obviously, the guy we're exposing tonight, Timothy Gordon, is somebody that I've done at least like 2 live streams already about. But he's the gift that keeps on giving. I think I actually done 3 live streams about him. Like this guy, he is the gift that keeps on giving, and I mean that in the most insulting way possible, because this guy fucking sucks. And the fact he has like thousands of subscribers and the algorithm seems to reward him, right? This left-wing liberal woke platform of YouTube supposedly, and yet it's like giving all these red pillars all kinds of power and all kinds of clout to spread their stupid lies. So Anna says, good to have you back. Well, it is good to be back. It is good to be back. Like, I'm not sure how this round of TCPS is going to turn out. But for now, I'm pretty jazzed to be back, right? Like, I feel like when I'm not streaming, I don't know, like, I have mixed feelings, because on the other hand, you know, I do like touching grass, and I do find like real people in the real world are a lot more like level-headed usually than these terminally online types. But at the same time, like, if I'm allowing people like Timothy Gordon to have safe spaces and go unchallenged, that's kind of an issue, right? Like, I'm allowing young minds to be corrupted by con artists, grifters, and liars. So, you know, I feel like I have sort of a moral responsibility with the knowledge I know of like human nature and anthropology and sociology and things like that, to challenge people that are obvious grifters and liars. And of course, Tim Gordon has been one of my somebody I've gone after now for like probably about 1.5 years, and so far he's been pretty cowardly and beta in his response to me. Big shock there, right? So I'll tell you what, I'm about to share the link here in the chat. As always, if I don't know you, please just show your face on camera so I know you're not a peepee. But obviously, if I do know you, you don't have to do that. All right. So I just shared the link in the StreamYard. By the way, everybody, please spread the word about the stream's existence. And particularly if anybody knows any like Tim Gordon fans, if anybody knows any like red pill Christians, red pill Catholics, as though that's not a fucking oxymoron, right? Like if anybody is like out there and is like a Tim Gordon simp, get him up on the stream. All right, seriously, like for about 2 years now, I've been trying to get people up here to debate me, people that disagree with me, people that like think I'm like gay or a fraud or a PDF or whatever the other stupid fuck ass accusations get thrown my way, right? I've had people, like so many people have come and like tried to throw shade at me. I've only ever had one person come on and actually have the balls to debate me, and that is of course our good buddy Hank. So somebody come on, like seriously, like if you're a Tim Gordon simp, come on and fucking debate me, right? Show that you're a bigger man than Tim Gordon himself, who is consistently run away from any opportunity to try to debate me, right? Like Tim Gordon, your daddy, Timmy boy over here, he runs away from JR Bus. He runs away from TCPS. He's like fucking scared shitless of me. You go out and prove that you're bigger than your daddy if you're a Tim Gordon fan, and come on here and let's have a conversation. And if you're truly secure in your beliefs and believe that you're right and that you're the bee's knees and that you know what the fuck is you're talking about and you're confident in your opinions, it should be a cinch. So seriously, right? I don't think there's any Tim Gordon fans watching right now, but I'm saying like if there are, right? And anybody that's watching right now, please spread the word. Please get like Tradcast Tim Gordon fans in the stream. Like make sure they're watching the stream. I want fucking hate mail. I want hate mail. I want all the Tim Gordon fanboys to be triggered right now and come here and defend their daddy. Seriously, like if you know a Tim Gordon fan, make sure they're watching this video. Absolutely, because you know as well as I know, Tim Gordon himself, he ain't gonna show up. He ain't gonna show up. He thinks he's too good for channels like mine. He thinks he's too good for intellectually rigorous conversation with people that know as much as he does and are able to poke holes in his pathetic argument. With all that being said, so let's talk about Timmy boy over here. So Tim Gordon, if you've been following this channel for a while, I know YouTube doesn't make it easy striking me and making me leave for months on end, right? But if you've been following this channel for a while, you've known I've been on a Tim Gordon kick since at least like the first half of 2024. So my first ever stream about Tim Gordon was he made this like really pathetic cringe video called The Architects of Romance with this group called the Catholic Masculinity Brothers or something. It was incredibly cringe, and unfortunately I got a fucking strike on that video and I had to take it down. But I did keep up like a clip of it that's like these four dudes, these four like millennial safe sleazy dudes like sitting there, and Tim Gordon's one of them obviously, right? And they're like sitting there and they're like basically saying like, oh, like just talking about like female nature or what they think is female nature. It's called like Why Do Women Get the Ick or something. And I mean, I'm just like savaging them and roasting them because their entire worldview is so like fucking completely unhinged and completely unlike what human beings are actually like. And these four guys are all married, right? So like these guys, presumably they have like a lot of experience with women and relationships, at least you'd think, but like they're just talking like fucking middle schoolers, right? They're talking like they're middle schoolers who just hit puberty and they still think that like, man, women are like this weird, mysterious species that we'll just never understand. And like, dude, like we'll just my girls have cooties, bro. Like it just seems like just a bunch of incels that have just never been laid, and they're sitting there, but they're all like fucking married guys. It's just so weird and so cringe. And the video was called "The Architects of Romance." This debate is about, do men need sex? Roughly, yes. So it's more than that. It's more like, you could argue, like a theological debate that's downstream of that. So I'm about to get into like what the specific controversy is. Why is Tim Gordon being such a like creep weirdo again? Right? Like it's basically, you could say, male self-control versus cooming is the debate, right? Like, and I'm trying to couch it sort of in like a lens of, right, like Tim Gordon calls himself a Catholic, a traditional Catholic, and yet he's promoting a perspective that I would say is like, really from a Catholic perspective, is satanic. And I'm just interested in seeing how his orbiters and how his supporters try to like make heads or tails out of the fact that like Tim Gordon and these like trad based red pill bros, right, that are calling themselves Christian, right? Like this is really the problem that I've had with this whole like red pill Christian thing, is that red pill and Christian are oxymoronic, and they're like trying to harmonize these two things that aren't harmonizable. So you got this whole men need sex thing is that's not a Christian idea. That's like a red pill evolutionary psychology idea that traditional Christianity is against, right? Like if you look at what traditional Christians, including Catholics, say, it's not this fucking bullshit. So like, it's like they're caught between their Christian ideals that they have on paper and their own like lack of self-control as men. And it's really jarring. And to go back to what I was saying about my experience with Tim Gordon. I mean, I've known about Tim Gordon since like 2019. I've had like all kinds of problems with him. Like even when I first discovered him, I was honestly pretty badly got the ick from him instantly, just from how like bizarre and cringe he was, and how his takes were like completely, against everything that we talk about on this channel. He hates traditional cultures. He hates Native Americans. He openly says that like that it was the genocide of Native Americans was good. Like I kid you not, he literally fucking said that like back in 2019. So I have like nothing but contempt for this guy from the very start. But I've been covering him ever since his stupid video called "The Architects of Romance," where he tried to argue that like quote unquote men are the real romantics, which is an incredibly bizarre take, an incredibly bizarre like perspective, especially for a guy that's supposedly, like an advocate for men, right? Like, you'll notice with these red pill guys that call themselves advocates for men, they always like are actually the opposite, right? That just because somebody's an anti-feminist and hates women doesn't mean they like men, right? Like this is the trap that these young men fall into, is that like they think that like, oh, somebody is like saying he cares about me and my struggle, so therefore he must actually care about me and my struggle. No, this fucker does not, right? Like his Architects of Romance video was like just as misandrist as it was misogynist, right? And you'll notice pretty much everything that Tim Gordon does, like he just has a very like dark, I guess, Hobbesian view of people. And I would argue that like his view of men, his view of men insults me as a man in a way that like most feminists don't. Like maybe the like most radical Andrea Dworkin type feminists are as bad as Tim Gordon, but it's pretty hard to get as bad as Tim Gordon. Now, the second time I riled up Tim Gordon and ended up making a stream against him was when he was promoting his like stupid book, The Case for Patriarchy. And this book was all about how like men need sex and women don't, and basically like women like dominate men through men supposedly higher libidos and all this crap. And I actually called him out on a live stream about this, and he got like so fucking triggered. Like this guy is so insecure. Like this is like one of the smallest, littlest, most insecure men I've ever encountered in my life. Like seriously, like Jim Bob. Like I actually consider Jim Bob more of a man than Tim Gordon, because at least like Jim Bob sort of engaged me. I mean, ultimately he pussed out too, but like at least I got a little bit of engagement out of Jim Bob. Like this guy, like the second I called him out on this whole like men need sex narrative, and the second I point out, you know, your fucking church fathers and your saints don't believe this. In fact, they consider it, you know, disgusting and degenerate. Like, he just lost it. He crashed out. He started throwing ad homs at me. I mean, it was embarrassing. It was fucking embarrassing. Like, this Tim Gordon guy, like, keep in mind, this guy's like at least a decade older than me, and he's got a family, and he's acting like a toddler. He's like acting like a toddler, crashing out at some guy on the internet he doesn't even know in a live chat. I mean, it was beyond humiliating, because, well, the thing is, because he knows, like, he knew that I was onto him. He knew, right? Like, this guy's not stupid, right? You know, Jim Bob or some of these other people I've gone after, like, they're just legitimately dumb when they don't know any better. This guy's got a PhD in philosophy. This guy studied Thomism, you know, at like a top university. Like, he knows what the church fathers have to say about, you know, male and female sexuality, all right? He's not dumb. You know, he might be playing dumb for his red pill audience, but he's not dumb. He's just a grifter. And I was that shark smelling blood in the water, right? And he saw that, and he crashed out because he legitimately, like, I think I threatened him, right? Like, I threatened him because I was like, hey, you know, I know as much about Aquinas as you do, and I know Aquinas doesn't say things that work with your worldview, right? Aquinas very openly said that women have a higher libido than men, and you can say, oh, well, that's Aquinas being stupid or whatever, but you can't say that as a trad Catholic. As a trad Catholic, you have to regard this guy as a doctor of the church. So if he's saying that men don't need sex and women have a higher libido than men, that's kind of a big deal for you as a Catholic, you would think. But of course not, you know, not if you're just a con artist, grifter, red pill loser like Tim Gordon. Right now, I feel like I've already ranted and rambled and probably lost myself a couple viewers, so I'm gonna go straight into this. I've actually not watched this before, but I've heard that this is incredibly cringe. Lila Rose is a conservative Catholic commentator who's, of course, a woman, a female, as Tim Gordon would say, and she made a lot of like loser red pillars, loser inkwell guys mad in the Catholic sphere by tweeting that men don't need sex. She made a tweet that was like, men don't need sex. And these fuckers, they fucking crashed out. They crashed out so hard because, like, they were basically being told that as men, they're capable of self-discipline. And they're not, like, you know, they're not entitled to just get, like, coddled by some surrogate mommy, this bizarre, like, submissive fantasy, right, that these red pill guys have of, like, a woman that just, like, quote unquote serves them but is actually manipulating them through sex, right? Like, these losers, they got so mad about that. Like, I mean, like, Lila Rose has been roasted for the last week. Like, she's become a victim of like right-wing cancel culture basically for the last week, because she's like saying something that, like, literally all the church fathers said, literally all the saints believe, but it goes against these weak men, like, right, like these guys, like, these are the guys, they're so fucking weak. These are the guys that are, like, so weak they cannot understand, like, the celibate life, right? They cannot understand the idea of, like, people being at peace without, like, a girlfriend or a wife or like just like a side piece, right? Because a lot of these guys, you know, they're not even really, like, super into commitment. They literally just want, like, a hole to splooge in. You know, I know that sounds a little graphic, but, like, that's honestly the way that these losers think, right? Like, they're just so desperate for, like, basically, like, for just, like, a fucking fleshlight, right? Like to them, a woman is just like a fleshlight with a body attached to it, and it's really disgusting. Like, these guys have fucking porn brains, and no matter how hard they try to, like, be, oh no, I'm a base trad warrior for Christ, I'm a crusader, like, no, dude, you're a fucking coomer. you want some like mommy wife fantasy that didn't exist in the Middle Ages for good reason. You're probably broken and traumatized. So like, yeah, like, you know, I'm not completely blaming you because, you know, society's failed a lot of these guys. But at the same time, right, like if you're going out there crashing out that a woman is saying men don't need sex, that a woman is actually saying like men are better, like what kind of a fucking reason to crash out is that? Seriously, like a woman is out there telling guys they can actually be something. Like you as a man can actually be something. And for these pathetic guys, like porn-addled, porn-addicted, masturbating, loser guys, like they can't deal with that. Like that just makes them so butthurt. And Tim Gordon, apparently, I haven't seen this video, but apparently he goes out and he like completely agrees with the incels. He completely agrees with the weak, pathetic, modern Western men. This guy's supposed to be telling men to be better than they are. This guy's supposed to be building men up and delivering them from like the incel loser trap of modernity. And he's not doing that. He's not doing that. He's just being another like red pill scumbag. And I hate to like bring up physiognomy, but like, let's be honest, right? Like, look at this guy. This guy fucking looks like Uriah Heep from David Copperfield from the Dickens novel, right? Like this guy, like if this guy were like a used car salesman, I would never buy a car. Like I'm just being honest. Like this, he's just got grifter vibes written all over.
Parish, orphans, and retrogrades. What's up? Back from another little summer trip. And today we come back addressing something that happened. Seemed a little bit incidental, kind of minor. It really wasn't. During the break, it was a Lila Rose show that she clipped and tweeted out. The important clip went completely ratioed. For those of you not on Twitter, this means everyone hated it. I mean, there were a few.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right? So the mob got mad. The mob of right-wing cancel culture got mad of these like single young men who didn't have girlfriends, who sit there with their dick in their hands, pumping their dick, right, to bizarre porno on the internet. They're getting, and then they go on Twitter, go on X, and they're like, "We're a based warrior for Christ," right? They're sitting there getting mad. They're sitting there getting butthurt that Lila Rose is telling them to be fucking men, to be like the bare minimum that men in traditional societies were expected to be, including traditional Catholic societies. And these weak men with their dicks in their hands, jacking off to fucking bizarro Pornhub weirdness, right? They're sitting there, they're getting triggered, they're getting buttered.
People that liked it, but more people hated it and responded to it. And here was what we're going to play it for you. Lila saying, men don't need sex. Men just act like perverts and they're hypersexualized, so everyone thinks that they need sex. And at the same time, she's interviewing a girl who says that she's like sexualizing a priest. She's having fantasies about a priest. It's completely whack. And everyone went nuts, rightly so. And of course, because it's Lila's feminism, with all of its attributes on display, they wanted my feedback. That feedback is what today's episode will be comprised by. Steph, did you want to say something?
Oh, just funny. It was just like, it's always feminists are like admonishing men for self-control, like ungodly amounts of.
Here we go. By the way, so Steph Gordon, that's Tim's wife. Tim and Steph are raising Steph's kids. I mean, maybe they're Tim's, I don't know. But Steph Gordon, I first became familiar with her during my now, taken down because it got struck video on The Architects of Romance, where, Tim Gordon and his other like weird frat boy safe sleazy crew were like sitting there going on about like, the men are the real romantics and women, they're not romantic at all. And then Steph chimed in and was like, oh yeah, that's like totally so true. Women don't love men at all. Like, dude. I'll tell you what. But regardless of whether you believe that men are the real romantics or women are the real romantics, if you have a girlfriend or a wife, you want your wife to think that women are the romantics, all right? Like, you want your wife to believe that women are very capable of being in love with and delulu over guys, right? Because if your wife doesn't think that, she's revealing a lot about herself, all right? Like, if your wife is saying women don't actually love men, what's that say about you as a man? You know, everybody on some level, they project their own experiences, right? You know, one's worldview to some extent is founded on one's own biases, one's own experience. If Steph Gordon is out there saying that women don't fall in love, women aren't romantic, women don't really love men, she's actually, in a passive-aggressive sort of way, revealing a whole lot about her marriage, her relationship with her husband. So, like, that's just a brief intro to this person, Steph Gordon. And now, of course, she's saying, oh my God, feminists are so crazy. They want men to be self-controlled. Like for real, that's actually her take. So we're like, what, 1 minute, 2 minutes into this video, and Steph Gordon has chimed in and done the like pick me thing of just, well, feminists are bad because, and then her reasoning for why feminists are bad. And by the way, I'm not like, quote unquote, being a male feminist or whatever right now, because I know that like bad faith actors keep trying to say that I'm like some woke liberal or something, which is completely idiotic if you actually look at what this channel is all about. But her critique of feminists is that feminists agree with traditional Christians that men shouldn't just be a bunch of horny coons. But like, seriously, like look at this. Feminists are admonishing men for self-control. So she's saying that like it's bad to want men to be self-controlled. And of course, when you add this to her whole thing about women don't actually love men, this starts looking like fucking, you know, Jezebel succubus behavior. Like, I'm not lying. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like this composite of Steph Gordon, it looks like she's doing a really good job of like manipulating her like man baby husband. Like, again, I don't want to like, you know, punch below the belt too much, and like, you know, because who knows, right? Like, I mean, this whole thing could be like a fucking front anyway. But that's what it sounds like to me. Like, it sounds to me like Tim Gordon is like a fucking cuck. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, like, here he is, like, these guys that think that like, oh man, I got like the pick-me girlfriend and she's like perfect and she's my cheerleader and she says whatever I want her to say. Like, they think that they're winning. You're not fucking winning, all right? You're getting manipulated. Like Tim Gordon, he does not look like a strong man. I mean, he's never looked like a strong man, right? Like a strong man wouldn't be up here like promoting this horse shit, and he certainly wouldn't be up there like saying like, oh my God, horrible Lila Rose, I can't believe she's actually promoting the Christian traditional, you know, Catholic view of sexuality. How dare she?
Self-control. And then in the exact clip, it's just a bunch of women without any self-control or self-awareness. Like, it's just like, it couldn't have been more rich with irony. And of course, we were visiting my mom this past week, so we were like seeing all this, and we didn't have the ability to go live. So you were like, okay, first show when we get back, it's gonna be this.
It'll be a good one because, you know, I kind of feel bad for the Catholic feminists in a way. They're seeing that the world has turned, and the case for patriarchy has been made, and the people are buying it more and more and more. Overton window is changing, and so they're still saying their feminist stuff.
By the way, so here he is bragging about, again, his book, The Case for Patriarchy. I read part of it. I did not suffer through the whole thing the way I did for the stupid Rachel Wilson book. That was literally like the most misandrist, anti-male thing I've ever read in my life. I've read a little bit of The Case for Patriarchy. It's absolute trash. I don't deny that it's selling well because like of all these like inkwell guys that are insecure and desirous for validation of their base urges. But the book's trash. The whole thing is predicated on men having a higher libido than women, which, you know, if you're a traditional Catholic, you can't believe that. Like, we're going to go into that a little later, how literally you're actually, like, from a traditional Catholic perspective from the Middle Ages, these people are in, like, mortal sin, right? Like, they're actually endangering their souls and they're going to hell if they believe this. Like, this isn't me being hyperbolic. Like, if you actually read, like, penitentials and shit from the Middle Ages, these guys like Tim Gordon, they're actually, like, from a traditional Catholic perspective, they're going to hell. So, like, you know, I don't fucking care how much your book is selling among these, like, lowest common denominator dude bros that don't actually understand their own religion. But, you know, all you're proving is that, like, negative social epistasis sells in a profoundly maladaptive society.
And they're seeing that just the crowd ain't buying it anymore. Lila is one of them. I'm going to read a few tweets because I tweeted about it. And then, of course, we're going to play the clip that Lila tweeted out. And she doubled down on it since then, by the way, trying to feel out for herself part of the ground.
Base Lila. Base Lila for not being a fucking idiot pick-me and standing her fucking ground and promoting the view that traditional societies had. And by the way, you know, a heck of a lot of traditional societies. If you have followed my channel for a long time, you know a heck of a lot of traditional societies were not, you know, prudish and anti-sex, right? That doesn't mean that they were in favor of, like, men being just coomers. All right? So, like, it's always these, like, red pill, like, puritanical dude bros, right? Like, they LARP as these Puritans, but then they're actually just, like, perverts, right? And Tim Gordon's over here. By the way, keep in mind, Tim Gordon, when I called him out, you know, a year ago for his bullshit about men's having a higher libido than women and how you can't believe that as a traditional Catholic, which you can't, or we could go into that today. You know, his immediate response was, he said, like, you pervert, get your mind out of the gutter, right? So he was grandstanding with this bizarre, like, ad hom about, like, I can't believe J.R. Busk is such a pervert, he's bringing up sex. And here he is being, like, Tim Gordon is literally just being, like, a horny, disgusting pervert, openly doing this whole stream promoting men being horny, disgusting perverts. And yet I'm a pervert for correctly pointing out that his own doctors of the church, like Thomas Aquinas, whom he earned a PhD studying the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. So this fucker, he knows Thomas Aquinas doesn't agree with him, all right? So, but I'm a fucking pervert because I'm out there saying, by the way, your saints and your church fathers didn't believe your horseshit, and they believed that women had a higher libido than men. All right, so you're, so, like, he's out there, you know, morally grandstanding because he's weak, and that's all he's got, right? Edward Dutton likes to talk about how virtue signaling is a Machiavellian move by weak people that could not get power otherwise. And that's exactly what he's doing. He virtue signaled because he's a weak man who can't actually respond to cogent, coherent arguments.
You repudiate this to keep my audience? Can I half repudiate it? Should I fully repudiate it? That's what today's show is about. Do men actually need sex? And I don't like these bro shows. I don't like talking about sex. It's more about feminism than that, sex, but we're going to talk about that, sex, as well. Brief announcement. In 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks from, I guess, 2 days ago, no, 3 weeks from yesterday, the school year begins. The retrograde Western Civ Gordon homeschool school year begins on September the 2nd. You, I guarantee, are doing homeschool wrong. If it stresses you out, and it stresses out 95% of women that stay home and do it, you are doing homeschool wrong.
So now we're just getting the grip. Right now we're just getting he's trying to sell you another fucking product. He's a con artist. Let's skip ahead to, let's see if he's still selling his stupid products. Yep, he's still selling his products a minute later. By the way, like, look at this. Like, seriously, like, I want everybody, if I ever become this, I want everybody to unsubscribe from my channel. Like, seriously, like if I ever start, like, shilling and grifting and trying to sell people snake oil, like, please fucking do me a favor and kill my channel. Because, I mean, this is just disgusting. Like, for real. Like, he's got to earn his shekels trying to promote, like, some horseshit program where all he does is, like, tell your kids, indoctrinate your kids that men need sex and women don't, and fucking women shouldn't have any rights. And, like, I mean, seriously, like this guy is just like he's just the absolute pits. He's like a ball sack of humanity.
Right.
Yeah,
Let's get. Boy, chat is going off on that. That was kind of crazy.
Chat. If you have a remark you want me to respond to today, that would be super chat. We need your support, even if you can't do it regularly. Super chat me for comments you read on the air or things you want me to respond to on the air.
So for people who just listen to the podcast and maybe don't have Twitter, Lila Rose released an episode on her podcast, which is also on YouTube, and the title was, or the subject was "Men Don't Need Sex." And on Twitter, she released this clip, which we'll play for everybody to look at. And everybody weighed in. It was not just Catholics. It was a wild landscape, like a Wild West of people out of nowhere, like non-Catholics.
Matt Walsh, Catholics sort of out of the Catholic scene.
Yeah, exactly. So like, what a shock. Oh my God, what a shock. Pathetic men with no self-control in our secular culture, right? They're weighing in like, oh my God, how dare you say that like men don't need sex? Like, yeah, you understand? You could literally get like any like loser with his dick in his hand, pumping it to fucking Ron Jeremy or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I don't know, you know, I'm not into like prawn, so I don't know what the hell is, you know, the prawn scene is all about, right? But like pumping it to whatever the big like prawn star is. And all of a sudden, you know, they're checking X in between like fucking jacking sessions, and oh my God, you hear this like evil woman is saying that like men don't need sex. And of course, these fucking keyboard warriors with, you know, covered in their Cheeto dust, they're gonna go, oh, I gotta like respond to that. How dare she? She's an evil feminist, right? Like, come the fuck on. Like, seriously, like he's saying it's a win that a bunch of like Coomer masturbators are out there, like a bunch of like incel dudes that have never like, you know, like been near a woman are out there getting mad at this woman for saying what the authentic medieval Christian understanding of human sexuality is.
I mean, everyone, Rollo Tomasi was in there. It was like all of conservative.
Wow, Rollo Tomasi is out there like defending cooming. Oh my God, we're so back, guys. The feminist movement's over, bro. We're becoming base now, bro. Rollo Tomasi, he's out there like defending a man's right to be a degenerate freak. He's defending like a guy, like a fucking loser dude in a dad bod, fucking jacking off and like cooming inside of like a woman that, you know, she's not getting hers, and that's okay because like men need sex and women don't. Look at me, I'm so base.
Catholic Twitter, but all of conservative Twitter was going off, and it's schadenfreude, and I don't hesitate to say it. It's like I started telling you guys 4 years ago or so that, you know, this needs to go away. And guess what? It did. It did start to go away. The feminism within Catholicism. But people gave me a real hard time at first. You might remember that. That's fine. That's what happens to Trailblazers. I'll say it this way, as I tweeted it. 4 years ago, I warned you all about the poorly camouflaged man-hatred, conceptual gender bending, and officious, shrill, quote-unquote, leadership by Catholic poor man's Mary Sue's like Lila Rose, Abby Johnson, Jackie Francois, Angel with a hyphen, Carrie Gress, etc. All you long-housed ponces, I'm not talking the retrogrades, of course, but all the other ones, kept tuning into their coffee clatch. Then, what was it, 3 days ago, you turn around and caterwaul like you're up all night with toothache when it turns out that Christian feminist programming, like Lila's, is by and for maladjusted, frigid nerdettes more attracted to feminist priest manlets than to their own husbands. So I didn't mention the priest manlet in question, but it's just funny because they're maybe e-priests with actory visages, but are, you know, 3'7" or whatever. Famous.
Oh, by the way, you know why he's like going on about the height thing, right? If anybody's ever seen like a picture of Timothy Gordon in front of like other guys, he conspicuously stands out as the shortest one. All right. So like, save us your like, oh, look at me, I'm height mogging the priest, right? Like, you're fucking jealous. Like, Tim Gordon is jealous because like this priest has more riz than he does. Like, let's be honest here. Like, let's not kid ourselves. The reason he's getting so butthurt that like girls have a crush on some priest isn't because like, oh my God, the women are being so degenerate. Because first of all, I thought women weren't fucking degenerate. I thought women didn't have a libido, right? So which one is it? Are women like not horny, or are they horny? Well, the answer is they're horny, but they're not attracted to him, and that's why he's crashing out, right? He's crashing out because like he's getting fucking mogged by a celibate priest. And by the way, you know, one reason he's getting mocked by a celibate priest is because this celibate priest is out there living proof that men don't need sex. So here's this needy guy that's like sitting there begging Steph Gordon, who openly admits she doesn't love him, for sex. Meanwhile, you know, this priest guy is fucking, you know, above it all because he's celibate, and he's jealous because this priest guy that's celibate has more riz than he does. Like, I mean, honestly, like, you know, I'm not saying like, don't quote me on that. I know that's what's going on, but sure seems like that's what's going on, right? Like, I'm not sitting here crashing out that, oh my God, girls have a crush on a celibate priest. How dare they, right? Like, that's this guy, like this fucking guy, bro. Like, he's such a like, he's so fucking insecure. And the fact he's like, to me, the fact he's bringing up the height bullshit when everybody knows he's short, right? You know, everybody knows, like, if you've seen a picture of Tim Gordon next to like any other guy, the other guy is like always taller than him. And I'm not even like out there to say like, oh, like, let's make fun of people for their height, right? But I'm saying, like, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And here he is, like, I mean, he's getting like butthurt about getting mogged and shit. Like, you know, as far as I can tell, you know, in the old days, you know, back in the old like the 2000s when I was a kid, when like something awful was big, like this guy would have been trolled so hard. Like, seriously, like it's a sign of how like pathetic our culture has gotten that this guy's allowed to have a platform. Because like, seriously, like if anybody remembers like the something awful days or the Encyclopedia Dramatica days, like this guy would have been absolutely ripped back in those days. Like this guy would have been absolutely like completely. I mean, he would have been driven off the internet if this was like 2005, like peak, like something awful era, peak Encyclopedia Dramatica era. This guy would have been laughed off the internet. Like he would have been up there with Chris Chan. Like, seriously, I'm not even joking.
I'm just having fun there. The whole Catholic scene is run by constipated room moms. That's the point. And I'm sick of all the self-immolation, particularly in full public view of Protestants and Orthodox. We are embarrassed by not only the Lilas and Abbies and Jackies and Carries out there, but by all the fact that they have large audiences and many men in those audiences.
Unbelievably, yeah. All right, are we getting to this?
Hold on, I thought that the narrative was changing, right? So now he's admitting, wait a second, actually a lot of Catholics, they do listen to people like Lila Rose. And by the way, they should, because you know what? Lila Rose sounds like a Catholic right now. You know what Tim Gordon sounds like? Tim Gordon sounds like a guy that sits there, you know, whacking it to like unrealistic porn and can't make his wife have an orgasm. Like that's what Tim Gordon sounds like. I know that's a crass way to say it, but like for real, like that's what Tim Gordon sounds like right now. Tim Gordon sounds like a guy that's like, you know, about 30 years less mature than his age. Like, seriously, like I think he's about 40. Like, he literally sounds like a pubescent boy who just like discovered what a vagina is. Like, seriously, like that's the way he fucking talks. I mean, it is like it's disgusting listening to him. Obviously, Lizard Tree over here is just saying he's either a virgin or not doing something right. I mean, I think, let's face it, like this guy, like people reveal things about themselves based on their worldview, right? Like, I mean, I'm used to make a joke, right? You know, to guys that were going on talking about how like men need sex more than women do. You know, because I notice a lot of these guys that are like out there saying that women don't really like sex that much are fucking chopped and they're weird, right? I used to make jokes to these guys. Like I used to say, like, you know, yeah, I bet women don't want to have sex with you, right? Like I bet based on your experience, looking how fucking chopped you are, you probably do think that women don't want sex, right? Like that's your experience. You know, Tim Gordon's out here saying like women don't really have a libido and men are like horny perverts. He's showing his power level. He's revealing a lot about himself when he says that. Okay, I'm sorry, but like he is. It's hard for me not to see that, like, you know, art imitates life here, right? Like if he's out there saying that like well, like girls, they're just not interested in us guys. Like we need it so badly. You know, you wouldn't say that unless that on some level reflected your own life. So I'm not saying like I know for a fact I have definitive proof that he's sitting there on his knees begging Steph to like lay him. But that sure as hell is what it looks like, right? Like when you see the way that he talks and the way he thinks, like fucking hell, like can you imagine, right? Like you go to an island like Palau, right, in the Pacific, in the South Pacific. There's this little island called Palau, and it's been studied by anthropologists for over 100 years, and really actually like over 200 years. Like even in the 18th century, they were talking about Palau, and they were saying like, in Palau, you go there and like the women are all just like swarming you as a guy, right? Like the women, they all chase the men. It's not this bullshit where men are the pursuers, right? The women, like you go there and the women, they're all like chasing the men, and they're all like trying to bring the men back to the bachelor's hut and have sex with them, right? Like, like that's a culture where they understand that like women aren't pure and asexual angelic, and men are actually seen as the bastions of self-control, right? Like the women pester the men for sex in traditional Palauan society in such a way that like even Western men, like sailors that came there, they were actually like uncomfortable because you think, oh well, men are just horny and they just want it all the time. No, they actually like would get like uncomfortable and run away from the Palauan women because they weren't used to like this level of female libido, right? But Palau fucking exists. So how's Palau exist in a world where like women are like passive and it's the guys that are the perverts that chase after the women? You never hear people like Timothy Gordon talk about other cultures because these other cultures, they just make the whole worldview look stupid, right? Palau can't exist if Timothy Gordon's correct. Right, like a place like that. And by the way, I just use Palau as like one example. There's like hundreds of examples in the ethnographic record. You look at like traditional societies. Robert Brifo, who wrote a book called The Mothers on ancient matriarchy, he actually made the point that that women pursuing men was the norm in most human cultures. Right, and he used hundreds of societies to argue this point, right? Like hundreds. And I actually recently reread his book, The Mothers, partly in preparation for this video. I mean, it's amazing. Like I would highly recommend everybody check out Robert Brifo's The Mothers. It was written about 100 years ago. And I mean, it destroys the red pill, which is hilarious because like these red pillars like to talk about quote unquote Brifo's law, right? But like, because they totally misunderstand what Robert Brifo was actually about. But if you actually look at like what he was saying, I mean, it's based as fuck. Like, it is nothing like what Tim Gordon or these stupid red pillars are saying. It is the opposite, for real.
Yeah, now that I gave you the primer, let's see what Lila has to say for herself.
I'll get that ready for you. So this is the original clip. Tell me if you guys have a hard time hearing this. I'm going to try to get the audio on there. Okay, here we go.
Can we all talk about Father Mike Schmitz? I showed him to my girlfriend who's not Catholic. She's like, when's mass? What about the man needing sex? That's just a cultural narrative that basically says men are like animals and they have to be able to do the sexual thing. Otherwise, they're going to go crazy. And the reality is there's whole vocations that are celibate. And these are virile men, men's men. Some of the most masculine men I know are priests. We need food. We need air to breathe. We don't need sex. It's a gift that's coming together. And it's designed. I think the sexiest thing about a guy is like their self-control. And my husband has
Here we go. So the women are out there saying, and women are, more often than not, women will tell you what they actually want, and they're usually being honest, not always, right? Like obviously you do get manipulators like Steph Gordon that are out there lying about what they're interested in because they think that like that's the way to control and manipulate their beta husbands, like Tim Gordon. But a lot of times I would say more often than not they're telling you the truth, right? More often than not, if women are out there saying like, no, I don't find horny perverts attractive. I like a guy who's self-controlled. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. By the way, do you know how many girls fall in love with like gay guys? Like, I mean, it's actually through the roof. Like gay guys have so much riz. And the reason why is because like, I mean, obviously they're not necessarily self-controlled, right? But they're not like women. They see these gay guys and they're like, wow, like this guy actually makes me feel safe. He makes me feel understood. And usually they're more like emotionally intelligent than straight guys, not because straight guys can't be emotionally intelligent, but because, in our society they typically aren't. Um, so like, I mean, like women are so like attracted to men that do not conform to like Western masculine stereotypes. Right. Like I would argue that the more a man conforms to the Western idea of what like men are supposed to be, the less attractive they are to women. Right. Like I mean, these guys, and by the way, we have Lizard Tree in the chat saying literally the exact same thing. Self-control is sexy. Yeah, like women, I don't think women actually necessarily really like want to be quote unquote pursued by men. Right. I think this whole like idea that men are supposed to be the pursuers. I know, we covered a few months ago, we covered that moron fake Orthodox priest Josiah Trenum, right? He was saying he is her pursuer. He was arguing that like he was arguing something biblical about the idea that like guys are supposed to chase girls. No, that's like I don't think women really necessarily even want to be like the fucking the prize that gets pursued. And I don't think men mostly really want to be the pursuers. I think that's a really like maladaptive hamster wheel that we all like feel like we have to run because of like stupid things that in Western society. But it's amazing, right? The higher the status of women in a traditional culture, the less the men are the pursuers and the more the women are, right? Like you'd think if women really want to be just like the prizes that sit there and guys compete over them, then you'd imagine that like in the societies that are run by women, like the matriarchies, you'd imagine that will be what happens. And that's not what fucking happens. Palau is a matriarchy, right? And the women are the ones pursuing the men. Paraguay, the traditional cultures of Paraguay, like the Mataco, or the Chiroti, might be saying the names wrong, but they're matriarchal societies, right? Like most of Paraguay before the white man showed up was a matriarchal society, and the pure-blooded natives in Paraguay, they're still matriarchal. And like it's been noted for like 300 years in Paraguay that at least among the indigenous people, the women are the ones that are pursuing the men. Well, so these societies where women have power and they get to decide what happens, they're the pursuers. Doesn't that kind of go against the whole mindset that like, oh, there's this normal thing that like women just want to be the prize that sit there and guys compete over them, and the hornier the guy is, the more needy he is, the more attractive because she wants to be taken by a real man. Like that's just like the truth is women will tell you they don't want that. And by the way, like, just even think about that for a moment, right? If women are pursued by a guy versus women are pursuing a guy, who are they more attracted to? Like, who is a woman more attracted to? A guy that's having to like chase her, or a guy she's chasing? Tell you what, she ain't chasing a guy if she's not attracted to him. All right. So let's not kid ourselves here. Let's not kid ourselves. If you're the one that's having to do all the pursuing, that's having to do all the chasing, that means she's not into you. Like for real.
Control. So after baby number 4, when we started practicing NFP, it was like we couldn't do it sometimes when we wanted to. And that kind of made things a little scarier, like not gonna lie. It's hard on him too. Don't get me wrong. People say, well, oh, do you just do other things for your husband?
Very odd editing here. There's just some weird clips and gross and bedroom. All everyone wants to see are dorky Catholic girls talking about their bedroom.
Here we go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. Woe is me. Harumph. I say, woe is me. Women are talking about sex. That's not okay. That's not very wifely. That's not very ladylike. Oh my God. Like women they're like talking about sex. Like next thing, oh my God, do you think like maybe like girls fart too? Oh my God. Like, dude, like that's so unladylike. That's so unwomanly. Like that's not like that doesn't make me feel like a big strong man anymore. Like these women, you mean when a girl gets together with another girl, they're like sizing up men and talking about like sexy stuff? Like, oh, holy I thought they were just sitting there in their knitting circles and talking about the Bible. Like, oh, this makes me feel like so insecure about myself, but I'm not going to, openly say that because that wouldn't look macho. So I'm gonna like fucking say like, oh, it's this women's fault. I can't believe you're not being a good wife. You're not being a good wife and mother. You're sitting there talking about sex. That's disgusting. You're talking about the bedroom. That's disgusting. That's what us guys are supposed to be the ones that sit there and like, hey, you know what? Hey, guess what? I fucked my wife last night. You know what? I came. You know what? She probably didn't, but that was okay because like men need sex and women don't, man. Like, geez, gee willikers. Like seriously, like look at like listen to this guy. And by the way, he pulled the same shit on me, right? So here I am. I'm out there, saying men should be self-controlled, and he calls me a pervert, right? He says like, "Oh, I can't believe you. Like, you get your mind out of the gutter. Quit talking about the bedroom." Like, he's just so icked out by like fucking female sexuality. Like, it's like he's like a bad version of Hank Hill, right? Have you ever seen the show King of the Hill? Hank Hill is actually like a good character because he's prudish about sex, but he's actually prudish about sex, right? Like he's uncomfortable as a man about sex. He just doesn't like sex. And because of that, actually, he's kind of a fucking Rizzler in this show, and the girls keep hitting on him, right? This guy is like a failed version of Hank Hill because he's clearly a sex obsessed pervert, but he's like uncomfortable about like women enjoying sex. It's just like the worst of every world. I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, you just look at it, like, just look at the expression on his face. It's just like he just has this expression of like discomfort, like he's in physical pain over. Oh my God, these women when they get together, they're like talking about like, oh, they're talking about sex. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. That's like us guys. We sit there, we do that, but like women, they're supposed to be the fucking objects. They're the fucking Barbie dolls in the doll's house, right? They're supposed to just like sit there and talk about like shopping and clothes and like right, like that's what women do. They don't talk about like, oh my God, what do they talk about my fucking 4-inch package down there, like oh shit, like is word getting out that I'm actually like a beta loser? Like that's literally what's going through his mind right now. Like he's his own insecurities, right? And let's face it, he has reason to be insecure. He's married to a woman that says that women can't love men. Okay, that's got to be rough. That's got to be rough to be married to a woman that says that like women can't love men. I wonder if she said that before she met Timmy, by the way.
Self-restraint is so sexy as she's talking in a gross way about this e-priest, this manlit e-priest, Father Mike Schmitz, who's also a big proponent of Christian feminism and mutual submission. So we don't approve of that.
Oh wait, Father Mike Schmidt. I've seen this guy. Yeah, he's attractive. All right. He mogs Tim Gordon, and Tim Gordon's jealous. Tim is jealous that he has to beg a wife that says that women can't love him for sex. Meanwhile, this guy who can live without sex is getting like hit on by thirsty women because this guy is a fucking Chad. And oh, he's a manlet, says a guy that's short, and literally every guy in every picture he's with is taller than he is. Like, I mean, this is just this guy, like Tim Gordon. He's something else. Like, for real, this guy is something else. Like, when I said like I respect Jim Bob more than him, like I'm not even joking. Like like I almost respect Andrew Wilson more than almost, right? Like Andrew Wilson like is so pathetic that I really don't respect him more. But like Tim Gordon is so bad that he's like at Andrew Wilson's level. And that's a huge insult, right? Like I can't say very much worse about a guy than that. He's at Andrew Wilson's fucking.
But I mean, nevertheless.
By the way, speaking of which, I will be. I'm gonna post the StreamYard link again in a bit. I posted it a little while ago. Nobody came on, which I'm fine with if nobody wants to come on. Like I prefer if I got like some Tim Gordon fanboy to come on and prove that he's bigger than his daddy, right? Because remember Tim Gordon had the chance to debate me, and instead he just blocked me and was a total pussy and a beta and everything that he accuses other guys of being. But I mean, I want to get somebody's got to come in and bring the heat, right? Somebody's got to come in, right? Tim Gordon is not man enough to come in and debate his position at TCPS, so somebody else has got to do it. Somebody else, come on, Tim Gordon fanboys, come on, like stick up for your daddy. be the man he can't be. Seriously, like any Tim Gordon fanboy listening to this needs to prove to me that you're more of a man than Tim himself. And by the way, it's pretty easy to be more of a man than Tim himself, right? Seriously, like you can like go to the Byzantine Empire, to the Byzantine harems, and find castrati, fucking, you know, eunuch harem guards that are more of a man than Tim Gordon. All right.
He's ostensibly a faithful Catholic priest doing his duties, and he does his duties largely online. Has a large online ministry, and she said something gross at the beginning. When's math? And like her friend said that, but she said it almost like she's intoning her own view. Like, why would you show your friend, who I think she said was Protestant, this priest? She's clearly showing her, I guess, to get a rise out of her. If she thinks that he's handsome. It's just an odd clip. It's an odd assortment of clips. And then after watching this dorky Catholic chick, I don't know who that is, Lila's guest. Lila then switches over to like, do men need sex? And that's weirdly related in a.
Well, are you noticing like Tim Gordon's body language? He's getting okay, Machine Life says he's restreamable. Come on too if you like. No, I mean I'm fine. Like I don't, it's whatever you want to do, right? Like I'll share the link and anybody who wants to come in can. I'm not like I can just, if y'all want, I can just continue like my commentary. But if anybody wants to come in, the link's there. Now, you notice his body language, right? Like, I mean, he's getting like nervous. It's so weird. It's like he's spazzing out right now. He's getting nervous and like you notice he's talking fast. I know I have it on, you know, 1.5 speed, but like, I mean, he's like talking fast. He's like twitching. It's like almost like I can tell that he's like visibly uncomfortable by female sexuality, which is to me like, and I get it, right, in a sense, because like I would theoretically get it because, you know, like if you've been hit on a lot by women and stuff in your life, then like you can, I can sort of see like, oh, you get like a sense of discomfort about like, oh shit, like I might get hit on, I might get like sexually harassed or something, right? You know, because it does happen, right? Like this idea that, you know, women can't sexually harass men. That's Miss Sanders bullshit that comes straight out of this women don't need sex but men do narrative, right? But like let's face it, right? Like guys, you know, especially if you're like a good looking guy or a charming guy or a guy who's like nurturing to women, which of course Tim Gordon's not, right? He's not any of those things. But if you're like that, right, like you might get hit on by women, you might get like harassed by women. I can understand theoretically being uncomfortable with like overly aggressive female sexuality, just like I can understand women, right? Women are, I think, very much have reason to be uncomfortable with aggressive male sexuality. But that's not what Tim Gordon's doing. I guarantee you, Tim Gordon's not like living through PTSD of like some girl trying to grope him. All right. Like no girl has ever felt that way about this guy. Like let's just be honest here. His discomfort at female sexuality is just like he's literally just a kid who thinks that, you know, girls have cooties and that like, oh my God, they're supposed to be ladylike and right, like that's his headspace. Like he's stuck in middle school. He's stuck in this whole like, you know, good girls don't fart, good girls don't poop, good girls don't, you know, get periods. He's still stuck in like that like mindset, right? Like, and it makes him like so like visibly like fucking hurt almost. Like, oh my God, like women aren't actually like these pure asexual angels. But the thing is, he's married. You know, again, if you're married and you think that women shouldn't want sex, what are you telling the world about your marriage? Like for real.
I don't know, a contraposed way to the words and concepts being intoned by her friend a second ago. Mm-hmm. And then it shifts over to the woman man-shaming thing where she's like, oh, you know, priests are the most masculine men I know. No one wants to hear what women think are masculine. They can say what's a manly why. Or
well, hold on. Whoa. So nobody wants to hear what women think. And here he is out there, like his entire thing is like running like, you know, these bizarre grift like Riz services for men, like, right, like, oh, like we're gonna teach you Catholic masculinity and help you, you know, get a girlfriend. Like seriously, like that's Tim Gordon charges guys charges like young inkwell loser Catholic guys a lot of money to get them trad Catholic pick-me girlfriends. And now he's saying nobody cares what a woman finds attractive. First of all, he sure cares, right? He's sitting here getting like triggered and butthurt that a celibate man who has self-control is mogging the shit out of him, right? He's sitting here getting triggered and butthurt knowing never in human history has a woman gotten thirsty over, Tim Gordon, right? He's sitting there like, oh my God, it's so like unladylike what these women are saying about this priest. I wish they were saying that about Tim Gordon, but of course they're not, right? They're never going to say that. No woman is sitting there like simping over fucking Tim Gordon. And then he's like, oh, nobody cares what women think. Anyway, nobody cares what women think as I sit and run a dating service and do like a cringe Catholic masculinity podcast about what I think women think. He literally did this horrible video about like men being the real romantics. And it was all about what women think, right? Like the whole fucking panel, they were all completely wrong. They had like 0 remotely accurate takes in the entire video, but it was all about what women think. They sure care a hell of a lot what women think until it makes them uncomfortable. And then all of a sudden, oh, nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about what women think. Like it's all about what men think. Men, you shouldn't listen to what women say is hot in a man. You should listen to what men say is hot in a man, says, certified heterosexual Tim Gordon.
What's attractive about men. I guess they do that for part of it. That's fine. But no one wants to know what a girl thinks is true masculinity. I don't think it's particularly true, by and large. I'm not out on a limb saying that the priesthood has not been the most manly the last several generations. That's just not true. And like, also she's pitting the laymen against clerical men, saying like they're the most manly ones. It almost sounds like she's picking Father Mike Schmitz over her husband throughout the whole thing.
No, it almost sounds like she's quoting from St. Paul, who I guess you've never read before. It almost sounds like when she's saying that like the manliest men are celibate, she's actually appealing to the Bible, which I guess you've never read before. I guess Tim Gordon has never seen that epistle. I can't quote it off the top of my head, but it's better to marry than to burn, but celibacy is the highest calling, right? Like, I guess the problem with Lila Rose is that she actually knows what Christianity means, right? She knows that like Christians are like for the last 2,000 years have said that like no, literally celibate men actually occupy a higher standing than guys who have sex. Like that's straight out of the New Testament. Maybe the reason why she thinks that priests are a higher rung of society than wife guys is because the Bible says that priests are a higher rung of society than wife guys. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. It's possible. That's not pitting the priest against the lady. Is St. Paul pitting the priest against the lady? I don't think so. I think what we're seeing here is we're seeing a weak and secure little man who feels little, who feels small, which is why he has to go on about how like, oh, she got ratioed. Oh, look, most people agree with me. The mob on X, right? The fucking mob on X. Like that's like appealing to Reddit, right? Like saying like any like liberal bug man can say like, oh, well, of course Kamala Harris is going to win in 2024 because like all my buddies on Reddit voted for her, right? Like that's the level that we're at right now. But this guy's so insecure that he's like, look at me, I'm appealing to my buddies, to my like inkwell buddies on X, the people I scam with my, $1,000, red pill camps, whatever, like Catholic masculinity camps. They're all, on all my like Russian bots, right? They're all going on and they're like ratioing Lila Rose. And that like totally makes up for the inadequacy I feel that like these girls are simping over celibate men and they're not simping over me. That's what's going through Tim Gordon's head right now.
And it's just not true in this generation. Maybe it's true in other generations, but the most manly men are not priests. We have a problem with lavender effeminacy in the priesthood. You know what I mean? And it's just annoying from start to finish. It's woman sort of shame signaling.
I think we have a problem with lavender effeminacy in rules for retrogrades, if you ask me.
And man signaling and telling men how to be a good man from start to finish, all the way up to and including the marital act, sex. Men don't need sex, and that's just feminist sex shaming.
And it's funny because most women, just be honest, like most of you girls don't even know what a woman is, what you're designed to be. And these are the same women that are constantly out there chiding men.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Most women don't know, or maybe they know, but they don't practice, or they don't actually experience. Most women in our society don't know what it's like to have an actual good sexual experience. I mean, some of them do, right? I don't want to necessarily say most, or probably most, though, honestly. Like, if you really think about it, I think most women, are not with guys that are good at pleasing them, at all, at least in the West. That you're out there saying, and by the way, notice, he's openly now saying, he's pretty much just said men actually do need sex. And his pick-me wife is, of course, agreeing with him because she's a Jezebel that's manipulating him through sex while openly saying that women don't love men, which means she doesn't love him. Now, I mean, this whole thing, right? Like every bit of this is dripping with really bad implications about Tim Gordon and his wife and their life and their marriage, and just just their whole view of society, right? It reminds me of, there was a stupid book, y'all probably heard of it. It was really big in the 90s, and it had a huge, I would say, negative impact on culture, called The 5 Love Languages. And it was written by a Protestant pastor. And the whole point of this book was basically that it was trying to convince women that men need sex, and that because it was there are 5 love languages. One of them was physical touch, which is his stupid shorthand for sex. And he was trying to argue that oh no, touch is an essential love language for men, and women just don't understand. It was, the whole thing was just gaslighting women into being okay with lousy sex where he gets his and she doesn't get hers, right? And it was trying to put this Christian spin that oh, God created the man to be a horny pervert and the woman to just lie back and think of England and be chronically frustrated sexually. And that's okay because this is God's will. Tim Gordon is the Catholic version of that loser who I'm pretty sure got divorced shortly after writing that book, that the loser who wrote The 5 Love Languages. That's the sort of guy he is.
A real man does blank. You don't even know what you're supposed to do. Don't tell guys what they're supposed to do. And frankly,
no. You want a woman to tell you what a man is, and you want a man to tell you what a woman is, right? Because men and women, unless they're Skittles, right? Men and women are the ones that choose and select each other, right? It's not the bullshit red pill thing where oh no, the women just sit back and select the men, and the men, they don't choose the women, and sexual selection only operates on the male, right? That's the stupid Bateman's principle, the Darwin horseshit. But 150 to 200 years of anthropology has disproven that. So the truth is, men and women both choose and select each other. So if you want to know what an ideal man is, you ask a woman. If you want to know what an ideal woman is, you ask a man. At least theoretically, right? I know that a lot of people in our society have all this screwed up now, right? I know obviously a lot of men now say the ideal woman is this bizarre surrogate mom figure. And a lot of women will probably say that an ideal man is fucking Christian Grey from 50 Shades of Grey, right? So you don't want to take it too far because there's a lot of messed up, traumatized people in the modern world. But the truth is that if you want to find out what a real man is, you should ask the people that are selecting the men that get to breed. And if you want to find out what a real woman is, you should ask the men that are selecting those women and breeding with them, right? Like Tim Gordon, he doesn't want to deal with that. He doesn't want to talk about that because let's face it, he's not a real man. He's not a real man. He's not getting chosen by like quote unquote high quality women, right? He had to settle for a manipulative pick me who openly admits that she thinks women don't love men, which is code for I don't love my husband. Yeah, of course he's going to have this mindset. Of course he's going to have this view.
Like the question is just an odd question. Do men need sex? It's like, well, priests don't need sex, but married men, can we talk about this? Are owed sex by their wives. The marital debt is real. And I know that a lot of Catholic feminists and Catholic women, even trad women.
Well, hang on. So you understand the idea of the marital debt? That was a big idea in the Middle Ages. So this is the first like sort of appeal to something like actually authentically Catholic and traditional that I've heard in this entire video is the thing about the marital debt. Here's the crazy thing. In the Middle Ages, what was the marital debt about? What do y'all think? People in the chat, like, what do you think in the Middle Ages? Do you think the marital debt was conceptualized as women owed sex to their husbands? Or do you think it was conceptualized as men owe sex to their wives? I'm going to give y'all a few seconds to answer. In the Middle Ages, which is when the marital debt, the idea of the marital debt originally comes from St. Augustine, right? And it was further conceptualized in the Middle Ages. Do you think it was largely viewed as women owe sex to their husbands, or was it viewed as men owe sex to their wives? Sorry if y'all don't answer in the chat, but I'm gonna pause for a few seconds to see if anybody answers this. Well, it was the latter. All right. In the Middle Ages, when people talked about the marital debt, they were saying women need sex, men don't. Women have a higher libido. And the concern was that men weren't visiting their wives enough. Right? Maybe they were spending too much time in the ale house, just like, getting drunk on, their like henbane infused ale that they used to drink back then, right? Like they were like, that was the concern back in the Middle Ages, right? Was that like men were too busy like carousing with the bros at the bar, basically. And they owed their wives sex. Right, and the women were the ones that were like getting, frisky because they weren't getting it enough. That was the view. Like if you went back to medieval times, aka when the Catholic Church was actually strong and not full of like weak perverts like Timothy Gordon. That was the view back then. Now, of course, when I mentioned that to Tim Gordon, he called me a pervert. But when I mentioned that to Tim Gordon, I was accused of being a pervert because apparently male self-control is perversion. And apparently like women doing locker room talk the way guys do, right? That's unthinkable, right? Like this guy, like he doesn't want to deal in reality. And I mean, I have wondered if like he's on the spectrum or something, right? Because it's like he's got like so many defensive walls up against like humanity and reality and existing in the real world. Like he's got this fantasy that he wants like Catholicism and traditional like Catholic women to represent that they've never represented, and that's good. Any Catholic should be proud that the Catholic Church was once what it was in the Middle Ages. All right, like seriously, like any good Catholic should be proud that there was a time when your church was so, you know, progressive that you guys believed that like women have a higher libido than men. Like that's based. Like that's fucking based. And that's too much for Tim Gordon to handle. And I mean, look at the distress on his face. Like he's not enjoying this. You know, it's not even like, you know, because this guy, he gets a smug look on his face where he's just like enjoying roasting people. He's not enjoying this. Like he's seriously disturbed. Like, oh my God, Lila Rose, she's not like telling me what I want to hear. Ick, ew, ew. Like that's what he's doing right now.
Have a really hard time with this concept, but you signed up to give your body to your husband when you got married. That is a duty. That is a duty. I don't all these stupid excuses that women come up with. Well, what if I lose all my limbs in a bus accident or whatever it is? It's like we're talking about regular.
Okay, here we go. How about, you know, there's one, by the way, how much do you want to guess? How much do you want to bet? And I don't know because I haven't seen this. I'm going in blind. I've not seen this video. You know, the last time I did a stream on Tim Gordon, I had seen the video before. I've not seen the video. So I could be totally blown away by how base Steph Gordon gets. Like maybe she's gonna like talk about the elephant in the room, but I doubt it, right? Okay, what do y'all think? What's the main reason why women don't want to have sex with their husband? Is that they just don't feel like it at the time. Well, you know, women don't really need sex. Well, they just don't have a libido. Oh, they just want to like sit there and like talk about their feelings. Like these are the excuses men come up with. No, the reason she doesn't want you physically is because you don't give her the big O. All right. You're a weak man who can't control yourself. You last about 30 seconds, a minute, maybe if you're lucky. Like, do you think that the women that are out there like getting what God designed them to get out of the act are like making up excuses? Oh my God, like, you know, look at the time. Oh, I gotta get to bed. Man, I sure would hate it if I had an orgasm. That would suck. You think women are out there saying that like, oh my God, like, you mean I could have like an orgasm or not have an orgasm? Like, I'm going to choose not to. Like, that would suck. Of course, they're not thinking that. Of course, they're not thinking that, you fucking little turd brain, little sub-5 manlet Tim Gordon. You little weasel. They're not fucking thinking that, you little weasel. You just suck in bed. All right. And by the way, you know, this is where I get into the whole like mortal sin thing. Did you all know that there were actually penitentials in the Middle Ages that said that guys that didn't please their wives went to hell? Like that actually, like, there was a time in the Middle Ages when like not giving her the big O put you in mortal sin and endangered your soul. Like for real, like it was seen at the time, that was actually seen as a form of contraception because, you know, it was viewed at the time, and I think accurately. And Thomas Lacker, who's a historian of the Middle Ages, he wrote a book on this, actually several books on this. At the time, the predominant theory of human sexuality was the Galenite theory, which came from a guy named Galen, who was an ancient Greek anatomist. And he came up with what was called the one seed theory, which is basically that men and women were sort of analogous, and the male parts and the female parts, even though they were different, were similar, right? Like obviously, like, you know, there's a lot of scientific truth to that, right? Like obviously the female part, right, the clitoris is similar to the male part, at least superficially. And he came up with what's called the one seed theory, which is basically that men and women both contribute to the seed that produces a child. In other words, in the medieval view, which is not even just like a Christian thing, like you can find this in the Islamic world, you can find this in like Hinduism, you can find this in like tribes in Papua New Guinea. So this is actually an extremely widespread and extremely ancient view. It wasn't devised by Galen. It was just like Galen was like the most prominent ancient person who wrote about it. In this traditional view, the man and the woman both had to experience orgasm, right? They not only that, they both had to ejaculate. They both had to like create seed, and it was their shared seed that led to the production of a child. So like the man, it was not like the modern theory that like the man contributes the seed and the woman just passively gets inseminated, right? It was like, no, actually the man and the woman both contribute some of their essence to the production of the child. And that was the predominant view in the Middle Ages. And the result was, if you're not getting the woman to produce seed in the Middle Ages, you're actually frustrating conception. So like that was seen as contraception, and contraception's always been a sin in the church. So there was a time when, you know, if you weren't giving her the big O, you were actually endangering your soul. You know, in the modern age, we've lost that belief. Why? Because in the modern age, traditional understanding, the sort of thing that we promote on this channel is the Traditional Culture Preservation Society. We've gotten rid of that. See, like science, modern science tells us, right? Like that's what it's become. And Tim Gordon, I know he like LARPs as a traditionalist, but he's a complete believer in modern science, even when modern science is completely wrong and clearly denigrating towards female sexuality. And by the way, modern science is wrong about female sexuality. I don't care if that makes me a conspiracy theorist crazy, right? Like the modern scientific narrative about female sexuality is trash. Like we are so far behind the so-called savages of Papua New Guinea or the Amazon rainforest or so many other cultures. Like we are one of the stupidest cultures that's ever existed when it comes to understanding human sexuality, especially female sexuality. And this idea that like women don't need sex and women can just sit back and like passively like not care. This idea that like the orgasm gap doesn't really matter. And you know what? A lot of women unfortunately buy into this too, right? Like a lot of women will tell you, like, especially the pick me types, they'll tell you, well, I mean, I don't really need like pleasure. It's just about connection. It's just about like feeling like close to my partner. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. No, it's not. You know, I mean, we have so much data out there that like women that are not regularly experiencing orgasm, their lives are horrible. Like they're all kinds of physical illnesses that are way less common if you have the big O. There are all kinds of like mental illnesses. I mean, even like longevity, right? Like women who orgasm regularly live longer, and they look younger at an older age, right? Like if you're having an orgasm like all the time, every time you have sex as a woman, and you're 60, you look like you're like 40. And they've done studies on this, right? Like there's absolutely no truth to this whole like, oh, women like they don't really like need the big O. Like that's such like pathetic cope. And I don't care if you're a man or a woman, if you're going around saying that, like, I mean, you're a demon. You're a demon. You're sowing negative social epistasis, and you're contributing to the ruination of our modern society. Neurojack says no one's joined the panel yet. Nope. I mean, I'm okay with just like continuing on my own. My preference would be to get like some soy boy that, you know, simps for Tim Gordon on here to like be the man that Tim Gordon's not going to be. But, you know, I mean, really, I'm down for whatever tonight. Like I'm pretty open-minded. If anybody wants to join the panel, they can. If nobody wants to join the panel, that's also perfectly fine. See, I'm just jazzed to be back. And, you know, I've got like, I mean, I have 9 viewers. That's as good a number as I usually got, you know, even back when I was more regularly streaming. So like, I don't know, like I'm pretty down for whatever. All right, let's continue.
Other times you owe your husband sex. If he's a married man, then yeah, he needs sex. He signed up for sex. That's what marriage is. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So these are 2 married women talking about this.
According to scripture, there.
Well, hang on. So, but is she going to say that about women, or is she just going to say that about men, right? Because like I can almost get behind this if she's going to say like married people have a right to sex. But why is it like men, right? Like why is it gendered? Right? Like you would think like even if you don't want to take the medieval view that I think is the correct one, that women have a higher libido than men, right? Like you can just say like, well, maybe it's about equal, right? Like why do you have to like specifically make it like a gender thing. I mean, for one thing, that doesn't even make sense from like a Christian natural law perspective, right? Like, I mean, God created man to be the leader, right? In traditional Catholic theology. How are you the leader if you're like a horny pervert that can't control your penis? Like, that doesn't sound like leadership to me. Like for real, like that doesn't. And it didn't sound like leadership to the medieval church, which is why they didn't believe this horse shit. Right? They didn't believe this because they were Christian and Tim Gordon's not. Right? Like, I mean, there's so much cognitive dissonance. If you actually break down his worldview, I know he seems like, he's like a good like Spurgatron that's got everything figured out, but I mean, there's so many contradictions here. Like it actually doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense when you really think about it. Like, because that's the thing. Like, I don't want to, a leader. If a man is supposed to be the leader, and Tim Gordon's all about men being the leaders, right? Tim Gordon's all about like the guy is supposed to be the one in charge. He's supposed to be the one that the woman looks up to, which I don't disagree with, by the way, right? Like, I mean, yeah, men are a guy should be a leader. He should be a powerful, figure. But that's not what he's being. If he's like some needy, like simp, be some needy simp, how's he being a leader? That's the thing. Like, he wants to be, and Zyrax is in here saying we're made to serve the man. What we want doesn't matter as long as we're protected and provided. We need to STFU and be happy. No, but the thing is that like he's like he only has like half of the equation down, right? Like he's internalized this idea that like men are supposed to be in charge, but he doesn't understand that like that like entails a lot of responsibility, right? Like a guy with no self-control, he's not going to be able to be in charge. He's not going to be able to lead. He's not going to be able to be like the guy that he's supposed to be, right? Like he's going to be controlled and manipulated and dominated the way that Tim Gordon is, right? He's going to find himself some pick-me who says like, women don't really need sex and women don't really love men, and he's going to fall for her, and he's going to turn into Tim Gordon, right? And that's the thing, right? And he's going to think like, look at me, I'm the king, I dominated. You understand, like, if you don't get the responsibility part right, you're not even going to get the privilege ultimately, right? Like these people that say like men should be the leader, right? They don't understand that like being the leader involves things like stoicism, self-control, emotional intelligence, right? How many of these clowns are out there saying like, well, men are just naturally hardwired to like be socially and emotionally dumb, and that stuff like caring about feelings, that's like what that's girly. No, you're not a leader if you don't. All right, you're not if you're not like nurturing and pro-social and emotionally intelligent and able to like care about those like weaker than you, right? You're not a leader. You're not a leader, and people won't follow you, and people won't like you, right? Like, this is why Machiavelli said, and I think he was completely wrong about this, it's better to be feared than loved. No, it's not. It's way better to be loved than feared, right? It's better to be followed because people trust you and they feel safe around you, and they want you to be a leader, and they legitimately feel good feelings by following you. That's a real leader. Tim Gordon's not that, okay? And none of these dude bros that are out there like pushing this weird red pill masculinity. Right? Like, and that's the other thing, right? You know, like why would a real man need to like lock his woman up and make her like submissive to him or whatever, right? Like if you're a real man, you don't like need to worry about that shit, right? If you're a real man, like you got your shit figured out and you know that you're good enough for her, and so you don't need to fucking lock her up and do all this weird bullshit that these red pill guys do.
in a red zone. That's my miracle meridian. Boundaries line with my Minutemen. Slipping in. SOS messages flow cold capped in glass bottles while timidly crash test thought to spawn mountains of trash novels diminished. Bone crush, skeletal blemish, sporting super fresh, caffeinated hate. Raise amalgamated shapes for the shield. Yield to the mood slopes. Spit blue notes, the silent launch lifted, but I think the ground shifted when I walked. I'm the very model of a modern major general. Lid twisted, you're pitiful, sink. I think it was the tragedies of science versus the world's technical marvels when thermonuclear ace of the planet chemically startled.
Right. That was a mess. Shit, I probably lost all my viewers just now, didn't I?
I'm very effective, I might add.
Hey, everybody, spread the word that I'm back. I got up to 9, 10, and then that horse shit happened. So, everybody, I do not want the stream to fail. So you all gotta spread the word. JR Busk is back. Spam that all over Discord. JR Busk is back. You know, I got a hairy connection, bad Wi-Fi. Now I got 2 viewers. This shit's way too important for 2 viewers, all right? JR Busk is back. That's got to go all over the place. All over Discord, all over everywhere. You know, I know I was gone for a while, but I'll tell you what, I'll let you know when the stream's over. When the stream's over, I'm going to hit end stream, and that'll be it. If you're still watching, please tell me in the chat, because I don't know if I actually only have 2 viewers or if that's a stupid psyop. So everybody that's still watching, let me know. We got one that's still watching that said that they're in the chat. See, this is why other people need to come and join the stream, right? Because like if somebody else was up here, it wasn't just me, and that happened, then I wouldn't have just lost all my viewers. Like if I don't get a lot more viewers soon, I'm gonna have to end the stream, like for real. Like this is, you know, we were doing great. We had a great turnout. We had an excellent turnout. We were having a great conversation, and now like everybody just, you know, shuffled off to Buffalo. So like I don't know, man. Like this ain't good. This ain't good. I mean, I'm not blaming anybody, right? Like obviously I would, if I, you know, were on a stream and, you know, for 6-7 minutes it just went blank, I wouldn't keep watching. But at the same time, like these numbers, they were great. Now they ain't cutting it. All right, we're up to 7. That's good. Again, you know, everybody that's still watching, spread the word. Spread the word that I'm not done. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna, I guess, keep going with the video. I'm gonna hope that things get better. By the way, it's possible that'll happen again. If so, just know that it's not my if I'm gonna end the stream, I'll let y'all know ahead of time. Like if the stream ends abruptly, that's because there was a screw up.
Is it conjugal debt? Now, this is the one thing Pius XII said, Steffi, that is mutual. Mm-hmm. It's the one thing that's reciprocal, egalitarian, is the conjugal debt. So men have to pay to women, women have to pay to men. It's not just women have to pay it to men. And it's weird because it's like the one thing that these broads talk about as if it's only one way. You know, like you can, St. Paul says in holy inerrant scripture, women can call it in as frequently as they like, and men will be mortal sinning if they don't pay the conjugal debt. Same vice versa, women and men. Now, these frigid nerdettes, Catholic nerdettes online, you know, they're just clearly frigid and weird and have dorky Nancy Drew kind of, I don't know, sexually constipated fantasies or something about priests. It's really kind of odd. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of odd. They're making fantasies about other men, and it sounds like, I mean, the rhetoric is all in defense of denying your husband. Do men need sex? And that's really weird.
We'll tell men if they need sex. I'll let my husband know if he needs sex and when he gets sex.
Right. While they're fantasizing about e-priests, whatever, five foot, whatever e-priests, it's a very odd construction of arguments to put together in a clip. And bear in mind, it's been edited. It's an edited clip where Lila's like, that goes in, that goes in, that goes in. It's a horrible look for Catholics. People are sick of hearing women telling men what to do. And I just think it's gross. Now, did she or did she not double down? I'll talk about the conjugal debt thing in a second, but people know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, and there's a great thing in chat here. Rafty Pina said, priests sacrifice sex. It doesn't mean that they don't want it. It wouldn't be a sacrifice if they didn't feel they were losing on something, which I thought was a good point.
That's true.
I don't know, like, I mean, I guess I'll give them a point, sort of, for admitting that that women can also use the conjugal debt. Like, I'll give them a point for that, right? Because, a lot of people in this space wouldn't even say that. But that's not much of a point, right? That's not much of a positive to just say, like, okay, so they're, like, theoretically saying maybe women might want sexual gratification. By the way, they're still not talking about the elephant in the room, right? They're still not talking about, like, the quality of sex, are they? You notice that, right? They're still not talking about, like, sex is something that's actually, like should it be good, and should, like, the guy try to please the woman, right? Like they're still giving, like, this just very bare bones analysis that you'd expect if they're, not based, right? If they're not actually interested in making the world a better place, if they're not actually interested in encouraging men and women to make the best of marriages and relationships. You'd expect them to give this, like, very, like, shallow, bare bones analysis, and that's what they're doing, right? And I guess this has been the best part of the video so far, just because they're, like, sort of maybe acknowledging that women have sexual desire too, but, like, it's too little too late as far as I'm concerned.
It's not need. It's like, well, I mean.
But I think Lila and her nerdette guest, I should get her first name. I think Lila and nerdette girl understand that, because remember, they're saying, well, I think they say at one point in the video, priests do want sex. They're still manly men. It's just their restraint that's so sexy to us. Well, why don't you have any restraint yourself? It doesn't count as restraint if you're lusting after. It doesn't have to be a 4'3" e-priest. I'm not naming anyone in particular. It can be anyone. If you're lusting after anyone.
You already named a guy, Father Mike Schmidt, and you're clearly very jealous of him, right? Like, and he keeps bringing up his height. Like, this is a short guy who keeps bringing up his height because he's being mobbed by another short guy. It's sad.
Outside your marriage, but denying your spouse, think lowest form of life. Think lowest form of life. You should do whatever you have to do. And I mean, stay fit, ask them to stay as fit as they can, so that it's easy for both of you to be like, I don't think of anyone else. I have eyes only for my spouse. And whether it's an e-priest or some e-celeb or a genuine movie star, I don't lust after anyone. And we're always, sexually active. Again, I'm not trying to be gross. I don't like getting bedroom.
Like, see, this is the thing. He's saying, like, basically, like, women shouldn't, quote unquote, lust after anyone. I don't know. It's just, maybe he means, like, they shouldn't lust after anyone other than their husbands, but, like, just the way he talks about, like, female sexuality, it's like he's so uncomfortable with the subject. He's as uncomfortable with the subject as I am with, my viewer count going down to 5 after being 10. I mean, it's pretty unbelievable, right? Like, it's like, this guy, this is not the guy that, like, I mean, it obviously goes without saying, this is not the guy that should be leading young men and advising them on, like, anything to do with human sexuality. This is not the guy that should be, that, like, young men should be respecting or looking up to, right? Like, who should be, who's looking up to this guy? Like, who's seriously, they're thinking, like, oh my God, this guy that's clearly got, like, serious like phobia of female sexuality. And again, like, it would come across better if he were more prudish, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, if he were more, like, if you were just, like, afraid of, like, sex in general, that would actually look better. That would actually look like more respectable if it was just like an all around like sex anxiety or something, right? Like you could write that off as, okay, he just has this this like generalized prudery, maybe because he has a lot of self control. But I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think that's what's going on here. In fact, I feel certain that's not. By the way, I am going to have to pause for just a minute. Please do not stop watching the video. I know about half my viewers left last time. So I'm pausing for a minute. I'm just telling you, I'm pausing for a minute. I got to charge up my computer so it doesn't have a big issue and go down and lose its battery. I'm not done. Just so y'all know, I'm not done. Don't stop watching now.
Zion Crew, Amp Live, DJ KG, Zion. Love, peace. The metaphorical, mathematical word science, lyrical compounds react plus minus. Earth's finest, I represent it on Venus. Ain't gotta be pregnant, so now she got my fetus. Good God, Jesus. Let me lace on my Adidas. My crew spread like age. You just can't see it subterranean. The memories keep on fading in of when I was a king in Mediterranean landscape.
Listening.
Roomy, but I have to cover the bedroomy stuff because Lila made such a stink out of the bedroomy stuff here.
Yeah, it's I was trying to find this lady's name in this big long text that she has, and I can't find it. But again, we don't need more Catholic women influencers telling men and women basically don't have sex, or here are the weird circumstances where you should not have sex. What we need, because this has become such a problem within marriage, is more Catholic women telling other women, you need to have a lot of sex with your husband. You need to be interesting. You need to be agreeable. You need to be obedient and humble and kind and loving and these sorts of things. We don't need any more of this content where it's basically just giving people excuses to castrate their husband in the eyes of chastity or growing in virtue and that sort of nonsense.
Restraint.
Just restraint. We need women being like, yeah, we've gotten off track. Like we're making too many excuses. We're doing marriage the wrong way. Women need to be having more sex with their husbands. There is a thing called the marital debt. Don't be a brat. Be agreeable, love your husbands, and do what God intended you to be and to do. So let's put this on. You said there was another one. Oh, there was a response. Let me get that ready. So she responded. Let me find this. She responded. And of course, women have a problem with accountability when they get called out. So instead of being like, yeah, that was weird. I had this girl on my podcast. He was like lusting after this priest, as we're admonishing men to have self-control.
Right, sexual restraint.
Yeah, that's like, which is hard for men. Can we talk about that for a second? It's like having, like in marriage, it's like man has strong desires and they're telling man to overcome their very strong natural desires.
Here we go. So now we're getting like into the like man keeping, right? Now we're getting into the like, oh no, you just got to understand that like men, they can't really like tame their desires. You just got to be like more like understanding of these men. Stop telling them to be strong. Like embrace the fact that they're weak. And like you women, you're the ones that are supposed to be strong because you don't really have these desires, right? Like from a traditionalist perspective, I mean, this is evil. Like this is satanic from like a medieval perspective. Like you look at like the way that people thought in the Middle Ages, and you compare this to now. Like if a person from the Middle Ages were to go forward into the future and would visit like Tim Gordon's Catholic Church or Tim Gordon's ministry, they would think they were in Sodom and Gomorrah. All right, like this stuff, like from a medieval Christian perspective, telling like women that they should submit to men's lack of self-control and they should be understanding of like men's weakness. Like this idea that like men are supposed to be the ones that are just weak and need to be coddled all the time. That wouldn't fly. Like that literally, that's like Sodom and Gomorrah right there. And actually, if you look at like the biblical story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Um, everybody fixates and focuses on the Skittles stuff happening there, right? But like they actually before they get into the Skittles stuff, basically they're just portrayed as men who don't have self-control, right? They just want to do it with anything that they can. And it doesn't matter whether it's a woman or a guy, right? Like they're actually Sodom and Gomorrah is those two cities are seen as being places just where men are weak and can't control themselves. And you know this that's what we're seeing from Tim Gordon, and Steph Gordon is promoting this. Steph Gordon is saying it's basically okay to be a sodomite man, right? Like it's okay for a guy to have that attitude where he has this strong urge he can't overcome. That's not manhood. That's not Christianity. And these guys know it, but the thing is that they're grifters. They're grifters and they're liars, and they're trying to sell people on something. They're trying to sell snake oil. They're trying to sell a narrative, and it's a demonic narrative. It's a narrative that they know has nothing to do with Christianity. Again, Tim Gordon's not stupid. He knows all about what the church fathers said. He got a PhD in this shit. He knows what the traditional Christian view actually was. He just doesn't care. And his wife, who doesn't love him, also doesn't care. These people are running a con operation, and they're making thousands and thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars, off of weak men who just eat this shit up. And they're allowing for cultural rot to happen, right? I mean, for real, if I die, or when I die, right? When I die, if I wake up on the other side and the first thing I see is, Tim Gordon, I'm gonna be in despair, right? I know, abandon all hope, ye who enter here, right? Like this dude is not going to heaven, right? You don't want to see this guy after you die, for real. The way he's twisting Christianity to promote Sodom and Gomorrah, and the way his wife is just buttering him up in this really cringy way, this is bad. This is super bad from a traditional Christian perspective.
Desires in a marriage when he has right to sex, and these broads can't even keep their mouths shut about lusting after a priest on a 3-second podcast clip.
Maybe that's because women have a libido, right? Maybe that's because women have desires. It's they can't even deal with this fact, right? They're harping on this so much, the way that oh my God, the women are simping over the priest. Okay, maybe there's some sort of self-awareness lesson in here, right? Maybe there's some sort of self-awareness lesson in the fact that the group, the 50% of the population you think don't have these desires, or at least not the way men do, are actually desiring a man, and the man happens to not be Tim Gordon, right? So of course he's going to get triggered and butthurt. Maybe there's a self-awareness lesson in here, right? Maybe there's something in here that you clowns just aren't seeing, not because you can't see, but because you don't want to see. Because I get it, humility is hard, but at the same time, it's also supposed to be a Christian virtue.
Sacrilegious, and it's committing adultery in the heart. And yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, they don't even have. This woman's not even restraining herself against a quasi unnatural vice, lusting after the clerical class. Whereas it's a natural vice to, find it tough to restrain yourself from your spouse. It's very natural. I mean, in some ways, it's not even a vice.
Great and the guest name is Chrissy Horton. I'm just going to let that one because I'm mature. I'm a mature adult, so I'm not going to make fun of that last name at all. Okay, here we go. So here's Lila Rose's response, because again, I should have showed it on the screen, but it went everywhere, all over Twitter, Catholics, non-Catholics, atheists. I think people were just talking about this. So here's her response, and tell me.
Yeah, exactly. So and again, they think that's a flex, right? They think that's a flex that weak men who aren't part of the group, they're saying atheists. Oh, look, wow, what a shock. Atheist coomers are mad that they're being told not to coom. Why is that? How is that a victory, right? We're so back. A bunch of coomers are defending our coomer perspective, and they're attacking the traditional Christian perspective. How's that a win? That doesn't sound like a win. That sounds like a tremendous. That you guys should be on the hall of shame, right? You shouldn't want to be seeking validation from atheists. What does it say about you as a traditional Catholic
that you're seeking validation for like weak-willed atheists. Weak-willed atheists are agreeing with like you that being weak-willed is good. Shocker there, right? Like weak-willed atheists think being weak-willed is cool. Think being weak-willed is the bee's knees. By the way, if you're still watching, share this far and wide. I'm very back right now. My viewer count is meh. It's all right. It's half what it was before we had our little kerfuffle. Like go on every Discord server, make sure people need to see this, right? People absolutely need to see this because right now Tim Gordon is getting away with like spiritual murder as far as I'm concerned. Like Tim and his wife, they're getting away with shit that like you should not be getting away with as a Christian. And who's calling them out? Like I don't see very many other people, right? I looked this up on YouTube, the other day. I don't see anybody else calling out Tim Gordon right now about this. At least not anybody's on YouTube making videos about this, right? He's saying like, see the Overton window shifting in his favor, right? Like, I mean, if you want like a bunch of like loser incels to be in charge basically of the narrative, then don't tell people about this video, right? Like if you want, Lila Rose's perspective to lose and society to be like, run by Tim Gordon's audience, then yeah, that's on you. But like, please share this far and wide because like right now, maybe hopefully there are other people out there that are saying the things I'm saying. I'm not seeing other people saying this. I'm seeing Tim Gordon basically getting to do whatever he wants and not getting any criticism, not getting any flack. And that's incredibly dangerous for society. Right. I keep coming back to YouTube because I keep on seeing this stuff that I just can't stand. Right. I can't stand seeing Tim Gordon getting away with this and not getting called out. Um, and YouTube has decided that they're going to do everything they can to make sure that I don't get allowed to reach people, right? YouTube's decided they do everything they can to punish Tim Gordon, right? Because YouTube's supposedly such a woke leftist platform that Tim gets rewarded and I get punished when I call him out. The only thing that's going to get anybody to know that this perspective exists is if people are promoting my video, if people are evangelizing that, hey, there's this guy that's out there and he's not putting up with this shit. Because right now I see a lot of complacency in the world. I see a lot of people that are like really complacent and really just allowing losers like this guy, like scum like this guy, to walk all over them. And you should have some more self-respect, right? To all the people that are listening to Tim Gordon, who obviously I guess none of them are like gonna show up on this stream because we've been going for 2 hours and none of these internet tough guys have showed up. But um like you guys, like, you need to rescue yourselves from this, right? Like this guy's a shameful person. He's not somebody that anybody should ever look up to. And here he is like misleading a generation of young men. Like there's a lot of like young Catholic guys that are going to die virgins because they listen to Tim Gordon. And that's sad, right? Like that's sad because like it didn't have to be. It didn't have to be. Like these guys, they could have had potential and they could have had hope. And then people like Tim Gordon just came in and ruined them.
If you want me to pause.
And super chat if you want something specifically responded to. Or if you want to defend Lila, lo and behold.
Some people were kind of trying to help read this, but here she is.
Recent viral clip about Father Mike Schmitz and about the idea that men do not need sex. Let's take a look. Can we all talk about Father Mike Schmitz? I showed him to my girlfriend who's not Catholic. She's like, when's mass? What about the man needing sex? That's just.
I'll talk through this while she gets through this. So she's saying, look, here's the recent clip. I'm gonna.
By the way, like look, he's like shaking. Like, do you see that? Like when the girl was like saying that the priest was hot, he was like shaking. Like he's so uncomfortable with that. I get it, like, right, like, oh, like maybe like it's disrespectful or whatever, but like I don't know, it's just like I can't help but think that like he's jealous, or else like there's something's wrong with him, or else he's just like really uncomfortable with like women being, what women are, right? Like he's like, I guarantee you he doesn't get that sort of like shaking reaction if like another guy says, "Hey, some girl is hot," right? Like he's just like he's so uncomfortable with female sexuality, and it's palpable, and it's like it causes like physical reactions in him. And I don't think, like, I mean, the chat can tell me, like, I don't think I'm the only one noticing that. Like, I think that like his body language is just betraying, like there's some like weirdness going on with him. There's some like weird like thing he's got, and I don't know who hurt him that made him like this, but that's not a reaction that you have if you're just like holier than thou saying like, oh, women are like, they shouldn't be like simping over a priest, right? Which, I mean, yeah, like that's fine, right? Like I think a lot of people can get behind that, but like the way it's like having these physical symptoms almost as manifesting for him, like there's something else going on here. There's something else going on. Um, I don't know what it is exactly. I mean, I have my guesses, but I don't know. Um, but there's something unnatural going on. Like he should not be like this fixated on that. I don't think.
Defend this. I'm going to defend what I did, even though everyone freaked out rightly in this case.
Right. Okay, it's about to end here. Let's see. Bringing like
Sexiest thing about guys, like their self-control. And my husband has.
and that's not the sexiest thing about a guy. It's
No.
self-control.
That is such a, thank you for saying. That was one thing I forgot to respond to. Go off.
I like the fact that men are men, that they're, they can be edgy and a little bit wild, not like in a non-virtuous way, but
Here we go. So like this is like straight up cap right here. So like Steph, I mean, she's got like the script rehearsed so well. See, I like the fact that Tim can't keep his hands off of me. I like the fact that he lasts 30 seconds and I never come, right? Like, no, you don't. Like, do you think anybody's buying that? But by the way, I'll tell you right now, like, if there's any way, like guys that are listening, I know I only have 5 viewers. I don't know how many of y'all are guys. Men that are listening, or men that will be listening in the future, right? To a restream. If I know there's a few listening on Machine Lies' stream. By the way, thank you, Machine Lies, for doing what you can to promote my channel, because you know as well as I do that the platform we're on does everything to unpromote my channel. Like men that are listening, if you meet a woman, like there's a bunch of things, there's a bunch of red flags where if you meet a woman that says these things, she's not being honest with you, she's capping, and she's trying to like control you and manipulate you. All right. One of them is what Steph Gordon just said. Like, oh no, I don't like self-control. I like a guy that's like horny and disgusting, right? See, to me, like a real man, men are, which by the way, like, Tim, Tim and Steph earlier were saying like, oh, you should never listen to a woman about what men are supposed to be. And now, they're completely violating and contradicting that. Well, no, a real man shouldn't have self-control. A real man should just take the woman and ravage her. If a woman tells you that, she's not actually, she wants something from you, and other than just like, she's not actually like fucking, delulu over you. She's not actually like simping over you or whatever, right? She's not actually like in love with you if she's saying that, all right? Like if she's saying that, like she wants to control you. Like and it's not even good for her, right? Because I know like people could say, well, it sounds to me like J.R. Busk, like you're just another red pillar saying that like women are like out to control men. No. I think that like women mostly, more often than not, aren't. There's a type of woman that is, and she ends up hurting herself by doing this, right? Because finally it's far better from the female perspective, it's far better to just, go after a good man who's positive, pro-social, emotionally intelligent, and cares about your sexual gratification than it is to become like some sort of like succubus where you think you're winning, but you're actually, chronically frustrated and you have all these, physical and psychological symptoms because you don't have the big O, right? Like that's a lot worse from a female perspective. But there are women that pursue the strategy. One way that they'll do it is they'll like butter men up and tell them that their inadequacies and their weaknesses are actually strengths. And you can see this with like with the women that say like, oh no, it's okay, I want to nurture you, I want to be your mommy, I want to take care of you, man keeping is cool, right? Like I want to be your therapist. And there are women out there that'll say that. They'll tell guys like, see, I mean I want to like fix you, right? Like I like fixing, like I like fixing problems. I like, being like the shoulder for a man to cry on. Like if a woman's saying that, chances are like 99 times out of 100, she's not being for real with you. And the same thing with like these women that are like saying that like, oh no, the sexiest thing about a guy is like the fact that he like comes super fast and like can't keep his hands off me. Right? Like if you're saying that, you're manipulating the guy, right? And it's really telling that like it's who is it? Steph Gordon, the one who said women aren't romantic, women don't love men. The one who basically in her own way is saying that she doesn't really love her husband is now trying to like pass herself off as, oh no, see, like women want guys that are weak and have no self-control. They don't. Okay, they do not. They don't, like maybe there's some woman that's like so messed up or traumatized or whatever that like she thinks she wants that because like it makes her feel validated. But like even then, right? Like she only thinks that until like an actual like Chad comes along that has self-control. Like she only thinks that until she encounters like an actual uh guy that's the opposite of that. And a lot of women, unfortunately, a lot of women don't, right? A lot of women, guys in the modern West are so like pathetic and there's such like a low form of life that you can be a woman in the modern West and you might not even like encounter a guy that's not Tim Gordon. Lumiere Clarita says, I have a theory about Tim's view that women aren't romantic. Now, I'd love to hear it. I mean, I have many theories about Tim's view. I think it's art imitates life. I think that, you know, he's probably never like had a woman like crushing on him before, and that's his way of rationalizing it. I think that he's a bitter simp basically that I think he's had a lot of like crap happen in his life that's made him bitter towards women, and he wants to, and he also, on top of that, he doesn't even have like an understanding of anthropology and other cultures and how other cultures can be. He's bought into a lot of the red pill evolutionary psychology crap that's completely at odds with Christianity, but doesn't matter to him because he's a red pill grifter first and a Christian at very distant second. But no, I mean, I'd love to hear like anybody else, anybody else's psychoanalysis of Tim Gordon. I imagine, the way he talks about like he's very like I don't like the word homophobic because it gets overused, but like I think he's an example of a guy that's actually homophobic. And what I mean by that is that the way he talks about like other guys, he's apparently like he seems like he's really afraid of other men, right? Like he seems like he's really like he's very uncomfortable with even like healthy male camaraderie. Like I've seen that a lot of like his videos. He seems to be very like icked out by just like guys being emotionally intimate with each other in ways that aren't, like necessarily Skittles, right? And so like he seems like he's that type of guy, right? He's that type of guy that's like desperate to prove his masculinity. He probably had like, like He probably got belittled a lot by his dad. He probably was told, like, his dad probably made fun of him for being short or whatever, or not being manly enough. And he's like got this like complex as a result. Like, again, this is all just speculation. Maybe I'm wrong about a lot of this. I think I'm probably right about some of it anyway. But like, even if I'm wrong about this, the fact that like he's giving off these vibes, that's not good. Like, that's not a good thing.
It's like, that's, again, this is the feminization of the men. It's this sort of stuff that women put out there that some betas, they listen to. They're like, oh, is it self-control? This is what begets the milady guys. And the guys that show up on dates with flowers and that write poetry and wear baby back.
Well, wait a second, but that's Tim Gordon. Remember, that's Tim Gordon, okay? Tim Gordon's the one that's out there saying that like men are supposed to be like these like romantic simps that sit there and like court the woman while the woman sits and passively chooses. Right. So she's saying like, like like Lila Rose is encouraging guys to be beta. No, she's encouraging guys to be alpha. She's encouraging guys to be sigma, right? Like again, I always take it back to this essential question. Are women more attracted to the guys that are pursuing them, or are they more attracted to the guys they're pursuing? The answer is obvious. Okay, like that's not even like a debate. Okay. Are women more attracted to the guys that are pursuing them, or are they more attracted to the guys that they are pursuing? Right? If a guy is hard to get and a challenge and she needs to pursue him, that guy's not a fucking beta. All right. That guy automatically is not a beta. A beta is a guy that thinks like Tim Gordon, that thinks like, oh no, men are the real romantics, and like guys are supposed to be the ones that are out there pursuing, and like the women are supposed to be the ones that are out there like silently judging you and sizing you up about whether or not you're good enough. Cyrex says it could be reverse psychology, as in women aren't romantic, so women can be more romantic. That way men don't have to put in effort, let women do the chasing. That's not how he argued in this video, The Architects of Romance. I mean, he was going on and on about like men are supposed to be the pursuers, men are supposed to be the ones that like try and chase the girl, which I mean, like, does that not sound like the most beta thing, right? Like, again, who's the desired man? Oh, drop panel link. Well, I've already shared it a couple of times. I can share it again though. Again, who's the alpha male, right? Who's the sigma male? Who's the prize, right? Who's the top guy? The one that's having to like desperately like double text, triple text her, like be, this like blue pill romantic Adam Sandler fantasy of the guy that just keeps going, keeps like trying, keeps hustling, or the guy that's getting chased. Okay, if you're the one getting chased as a guy, you're not a beta male. All right, it's 0% of the guys that are getting pursued are beta males. All right, so let's just be real honest right here in a way that Steph Gordon won't be. They're promoting the opposite of what they say they're promoting. So I would actually argue maybe this is reverse psychology, because getting back to Zyrex's point about reverse psychology, I wonder if this is reverse psychology on men, right? Like Tim Gordon feels threatened by other guys because other guys are more alpha than he is. So he's trying to tell like guys that alpha behavior is beta. So therefore they start acting more like him, and that levels the playing field. Like I think that might be what's going on. Like I think that might be that like he's hoping to get as many guys as possible to be as weak and emasculated as he is. Because I think he's severely like triggered by like real men. And I say this because I've never met Tim Gordon, but I've met guys who are like this. Right? I met guys that are like, and these are the sorts of guys that get into red pill and like get into like evolutionary psychology and stuff, like, and are desperate to say that like there's all these biological sex differences or whatever. They'll say that because the idea of a guy that has self-control makes them feel like less of a man. So they can't bring other men up, or they can't rise to the level of other men. So they have to like drag other men down to their level. I got like a long series of comments here. It's a way of preemptively discrediting women who complain about a lack of male effort and cultivated romance in their relationships, so that even when a particular man is low effort or mediocre, the woman must submit to his low bar because the men have been cast as more romantic than a woman. Therefore, she must conform to his standards of romance, which is a way for low-performing men to feel better about themselves. Actually, yeah, that kind of makes sense. No, I mean, I do think that's what a lot of this is, right? Like, I think a lot of it is like male culture for a while, for like hundreds of years, really has been based on like, you know, you don't like you don't really have to work hard to become like what women find attractive. Right. This is why there's a lot more like chop guys than chop girls, even now. Right. Like, for hundreds of years, especially because we had arranged marriage for a while, right? Like for a very long time, um, guys didn't really have to work on themselves in our society, right? I'm not talking about, a lot of other like tribal societies in Zomia or something like that. But in our society, in like the Western world, guys didn't really have to work that hard on themselves because they had this system, right, where the selection process was mostly in their favor. The the society was very patriarchal. I mean, women did have a choice, like under traditional Christianity, right? Because you couldn't have forced marriage under traditional Christianity, although a lot of times people, especially in the nobility, would violate that. But the as a result, like guys for a very long time in our society have not really been like taught that like they've not been encouraged to be the sorts of men that women find attractive. Like there's been up until very recently, there's been a lot more pressure on women to like live up to men's fantasy than the other way around. And that's not good for men. And like weak men think that's good for them, right? Because weak men are in their own heads and they're like concerned just about their own emotions, right? Which is why they don't care if like women don't orgasm and stuff, right? Because they're like, as far as they're concerned, like they don't really they're very emotionally unintelligent. They're very like lacking in empathy. They're very like lacking in like the ability to see things from other people's perspective, which is interestingly not viewed as manly in other societies, right? Like you go to Nagaland in Northeast India, and there's a bunch of different groups of Naga, right? Like they're actually very like not even that closely related to each other, the various Naga tribes. But one thing that most of the Nagaland people have in common, no matter what tribe they come from, is the way they construct like the male role. Like men, like you're not a real man if you're not basically like empathetic and emotionally intelligent, right? So like, and by the way, I just choose like the Naga as an example. Um, like there's so many societies out there in the ethnographic record where like manhood is being empathetic, which in our society is that's like a feminine value, right? Like manhood is being able to like see things from the perspective of the other person. Manhood is caring about the other person. Manhood is being able to like read the other person and being able to like read what they're feeling and be able to like steer their feelings, right? So that they end up having a positive interaction, a positive opinion of you, right? Again, Machiavelli is wrong. It's actually much better to be loved than it is to be feared. But Tim Gordon he hasn't developed those skills, right? In fact, he and his wife, I mean, his wife pretends anyway. Well, she's probably out there, you know. I mean, I don't want to speculate too much on why I don't have evidence for, but you know, it'd be interesting if Timmy ever got a paternity test. Um, but like, so Tim and allegedly Steph are out there saying, oh, it's okay if like if a man has no self-control. In fact, we don't want guys to be like gay betas, right? We don't want a guy to be like um overly like sensitive and in touch with their emotions or whatever and emotionally intelligent, right? Because that's not like macho enough. And like real women want macho men. Which curiously, you know, they don't in every culture, so that's kind of a problem right there. Um, and they don't even in our culture. And I pointed this out in the original video. Like, what's even looking at just the United States, right? Like, you know, when you think of soy boys, right? You think of like California, right? When you think of like macho guys, you're thinking of like, you know, rednecks in the South. How come the rednecks in the South have higher divorce rates than like the soy boys in California? Like the Californians, you know, for all the faults you want to impute to people in like California or like the Northeast or like Minnesota or any of these other like, you know, liberal states, um, those people actually have like low divorce rates. Like so the guys, they're able to keep their girlfriends there. And then you compare it to like Alabama, Mississippi, all these like macho redneck southern states, and they got like sky high divorce rates. And remember, in our society in the West, it's like women that are doing 70 to 80% of the divorces. So isn't that kind of itself a pretty strong indication of like who's of like what women actually want in a man? You know, I'm not even like defending like California soy boys here. I'm just saying like the fact that they have stable marriages and these like macho dudes don't, that's not just like some random thing that we shouldn't be talking about or thinking about. Like that's significant. Like that's something that I would think if you were really like interested in having like healthy relationships, you'd look at that and you say like, holy shit, like maybe we don't have it all figured out. Us like dude bros, us frat bros, right?
Packs and like don't tell their wives no. It's because they're listening to women like this that are like the sexiest thing about a man is when he acts like a girl.
It's when he acts like a giant wimp.
Yeah.
And here we go. So they're saying self-control. By the way, so they're saying the sexiest thing about a man is self-control, and they're turning it into the sexiest thing about a man is when he acts like a girl. So apparently, so they're saying not wanting sex, not needing sex, not being like a horny pervert who can't control yourself is a womanly value. And these people claim to be part of the same church of the Middle Ages. I think men should act more like what these clowns think are girls, right? I think if a man acts more like quote unquote a girl, again, not because I think girls actually act like this. I think that's stupid, but like, you know, I think if a man actually acts more like what they say is girly, he gains like a lot of Riz points. All right. Like if it's girly to have self-control, if it's girly not to follow Western masculinity, if it's girly to be more like Naga men who are supremely attractive to women, by the way. You know, the reports that I've read about the people of Nagaland, Northeast India, these guys are like supremely attractive to women. And by the way, they're not even like, I mean, they're short, right? Like the Naga people, both men and women, they're not super tall, right? And I know Tim Gordon's very obsessed with height for some reason. These Naga, like the Naga women absolutely adore these guys, right? Like Why? Because they act girly, right? Because they act like girls, because they're not macho, because they don't have like American like toxic masculinity, right? I know again, that's a cringe term, toxic masculinity, and yeah, it gets used as like cringe in some ways, but there is such a thing as toxic masculinity, right? And it's Tim Gordon. Tim Gordon is real toxic masculinity right there, and women don't like him, right? Like, where are the Tim Gordon simps? Where, like, the Naga men, whether they be Al Naga, Angami Naga, Zeme Naga. Zeme Naga was the one that I read the ethnography on that I talked about this. They get simps. They get all kinds of girls simping over them. That priest, the supposedly girly, effeminate priest that, here they are like feeling like all morally superior to these women for being attracted to this priest. He gets girls simping over him. Where are all the Tim Gordon simps? Right? If he represents what like real men are supposed to be, if he represents what women want, there should be like Tim Gordon fan pages all over the internet, right? There should be like Tim Gordon fan fiction all over Wattpad. Where's all the Wattpad Tim Gordon fan fiction? All right. Where's all the like, weird slash, right? With like Tim Gordon and like, Andrew Tate or whatever other like red pill hero that like women supposedly are attracted to. Where is all that? I think it's, look at all the women that are out there writing, fanfics on Wattpad about the girly men in BTS, right? So there's page after page of girly guys from BTS like getting simped over. There's all kinds of fan pages all over Twitter, all over, Instagram. Like, oh my God, these like twinkie girly, K-pop idols. Like, I mean, women like obsessed, like not even just like young girls, right? Like even like I've known women in their 30s that are like freaking delulu over like K-pop guys. Where is all that for Tim Gordon? So Tim Gordon's like an ideal manly, he's a man's man that like will take a woman, and he's every woman's dream of a real guy. Where's all the Tim Gordon simping? I don't see any of it. I've never seen one Tim Gordon simp in my life. That in itself speaks volumes.
True. Women like that men are wild and a little bit unpredictable. I know that for a fact.
What do you say? What is it true?
No, you don't know anything. All right. You don't know anything. Again, it's like, and Tim Gordon, he does this. He's so desperate to constantly tell people how much he understands women, how successful he is with women, how attractive he is to women. This guy's a celebrity and he doesn't have any fangirls. This guy's a celebrity. He doesn't have any simps. That says everything you need to know, right? Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic, who's not an attractive man by any stretch of the imagination, he had simps, and Tim Gordon doesn't. All right, that's everything you need to know, right there.
Like, men want a good girl to be bad for them, and all girls want one bad boy to be good for them, and that is true. That's true. Yeah.
I mean, I'm at a loss for words. First of all, men want a good girl to be bad for them. Like, you mean men? Are you saying that men deep down actually want a girl who's horny? Because it doesn't sound like Tim Gordon does. It sounds like he's afraid of that. It sounds like that makes him like supremely uncomfortable. And I mean, Steph, I don't know. Maybe Steph is like horny for him. I doubt it. But like, this is such a like dumb narrative. Again, and we're seeing the like, well, women want bad boys to be good for them, right? Like, I don't actually believe that women want bad boys. I think that women go for bad boys, but that there's a difference between women going for bad boys and actually wanting bad boys. Women go for like guys that are good at saying what they want to hear. And if you're a bad boy, a quote unquote bad boy, that means you're dark triad, right? You're whatever Machiavellian, psychopathic, narcissistic. Guys like that are really good at manipulating women. Like I don't think women are out there usually. Maybe some of them are. I know there's like all the girls that are like obsessed with Ted Bundy or whatever. But like I think most women don't actually want bad boys, but bad boys are like good at convincing them that they aren't bad boys, right? Because they're Machiavellian, because they're good at like just lying and spinning webs and telling stories. Women want to be protected and nurtured, right? Women like the biggest compliment you can get from a woman is, when is if she turns to you and she says, "Oh, holy shit, we finally got somebody in. Hello, Neurojack, welcome."
Hello, it's me, the bad boy manipulator.
There you go. What do you think so far?
Yeah, I just want to start a panel, so let's trigger some people with some talking. Why would you say that that men manipulate women? Wouldn't you say that women manipulate men more so?
I would say that I think that both of them manipulate each other, especially in a bizarre dating environment that we have now. I think that successful, like the men that are most successful with women in our society are usually manipulative. Overall, do women? I think women manipulate beta guys. I don't think like beta, like Tim Gordon type guys, they don't manipulate women at all. Obviously, they're the ones getting manipulated. But I think that basically we have a completely fucked up dating environment where like anybody that's successful on some levels is engaging in manipulation. Like the so-called alpha males, the dudes that are like really successful with women, not always, but more often than not, they're doing that by lying to women and convincing women that that they represent what women find attractive. Deep down they don't, but they're just good liars and manipulators. And then of course I think a lot of women are out there manipulating these like beta simps like Tim Gordon.
Do you believe in noble lies in relationships?
I would say that a successful relationship should be based on, honesty, right? Like I'm not saying that, obviously like we've created this like courtship phase where like everybody's supposed to lie and present a false version of themselves. I think that's maladaptive.
Well, I guess it's like this, here's the question, right? Like, do you buy into evolution at all? Like, do you think evolution is valid at all?
I don't buy into Darwinism. I think that that there's schemas of evolution that are viable, right? Like I think that obviously like evolution is an ancient concept and microevolution is absolute, like I don't think there's any question about that. Like microevolution, speciation. Macroevolution is an ancient idea. Like you can find versions of it in Hinduism. You can find versions of it in like medieval Islamic philosophy, like people like Ibn Khaldun. I think that there's a lot to be said for evolution as a possible schema, but the Darwinian version that's prevailed over the last 150 years.
I guess here's the thing: is like, I ask these up front because like. Here's the thing, like, okay, let me ask another question. Do you believe in genetics? And/or epigenetics?
I think genetics is part of microevolution, so I have no problem with that.
Okay, so like when you say manipulative, right? Like, it's like one of those words like consent, right? Like, do you think that the word consent has like ontology? Do you think that's like a real thing, or is that more of like a modern concept that doesn't really apply to the past in a way that's really applicable. And I'm just using like Europeans for this argument because like I think as soon as you go into like Asian cultures or native cultures, like that's even a bigger question, right? So like let's just stick to like European culture for the moment, right? If that makes any sense.
I mean, consent just gets into like ideas about like, free will and things like that, right? Like consent is basically just a way to say choice, right? Like I choose to do this rather than that. Like I consent to do this rather than that. Obviously, like everybody makes, thousands of choices every day.
Right. But the thing is like, isn't there a difference between choice and free will?
At a meta level, right? Like obviously, one can disbelieve in free will and believe in like choice, but say like, well, the choice isn't it's an illusion that you are making the choice. I mean, that's like a like super deep, like philosophical.
Yeah. And no, and so here's where I'm going with that. I know that I'm being all woo woo, but here's the thing: is like, if you put it in the terms like manipulative, right? Like we're talking about. Let's again. I think you have to confine it to like European society to an extent, right? Because here's the thing: is like manipulative. What does that mean? For example, right? Like if women are susceptible to men who are aggressive or manipulative, and that's who reproduces, right? Even on a micro evolution scale, right? I'm not saying that that means that it's like necessary, but generally speaking, like those predispositions will proliferate, and maybe, and I guess where do you draw the line between like a survival mechanism and like a choice that a person's making to like, well, I want XYZ. This woman will listen to my manipulative behavior, so I do it for a short-term gain, but long-term, outside of my choice, I'm also proliferating my genes or something. Like, do you kind of see where I'm going with that?
Well, I mean, so what you're saying is you're sort of saying, well, I mean, if the manipulators are more likely to reproduce, that means that like manipulative genes get passed on, right? It becomes adaptive to be manipulative. Is that, am I following correctly?
Yeah, like for example, like there's I think like Pinoid, for example, and other people have told me they said, get if you want women, you need a mouthpiece or something. Basically, meaning like you need to be a good storyteller or something. Be Jewish essentially, right? Like, hello, baby, my name is Shalom, and I'm here to tell you a story. Whatever. That's not a good impression, but you get it, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, well, it depends on like what sort of strategy you're trying to pursue, right? So like I'm when I talk about, things on my channel, I'm sort of like gearing it towards what they call in like behavioral ecology, what they call a K strategy, right? Like the idea of you're focusing on investment, you're focusing on, creating like the best possible future for your family and your offspring.
right. Yeah,
There's
and
also
I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to stop on that point just for a second, because here's the thing, right? And again, this is going to sound like racially motivated, but it's not really that. I would say, like, would you agree that there are phenotypes or genetic types or races or ethnicities or whatever you want to call it, right, that are predisposed genetically or epigenetically to a K strategy versus an R strategy? What I mean is, for example, let's say that Western Europeans decide to adopt an R strategy for the next 50 years spontaneously, right? Do you think that they will still have the K strategy ability? Like, let's say that all white people move to the equator and all brown people move to the north area. Do you think that they would switch strategies based on location alone over 50 years? Or do you think that it's more like inherently people from the north of European descent are just more predisposed towards K, and also like Asians and stuff like that? Does that make sense?
Actually this. I don't know if you're familiar with E.O. Wilson, but he was I guess like sort of I guess he was the founder of evolutionary psychology in a sense, but he actually dealt with this exact question. He came up with something called gene culture coevolution, which is basically a mechanism for resolving nature versus nurture. And he says essentially that, like, you know, basically, like, they're both so interconnected that you can't really say that, like, it's one or the other. So the answer to a question like that would be, okay, so let's say, like, people in, Africa are selected, right? They're on average, right? They're faster life history just because of the fact that, like, it's right, it's hot, it's wet, it's like, it you don't get, at least before, colonialism, you didn't actually get like a lot of famine and food insecurity, right? Versus, like, you get Siberia would be an example, right, of an extremely K-selected area because, winter's extremely cold, you have to plan ahead for the future, etc. Um, the Over thousands of years, right, one strategy is going to be more commonly selected for than another in a particular ecology. There's going to be a lot of individual variation, right? So, like, a group can be more R selected on average, more K selected on average, but there's going to be a wide range, right, of individuals.
Right.
Um,
Go ahead. Sorry.
and the question of, well, what happens if, like, groups switch location, is that, well, there will be a slow change, right? Like, the process will start occurring based on the ecology over, like, a long period of time, right? So, like, 100
Right.
years from now, they won't be that different from how they are
So
now.
so basically,
Also,
like, so basically, like, what you would say is like one of two things, like maybe two different ways to say the same thing. A, we don't have the data, and B, we don't have the ability to predict, even if we have like a large data set, really, because we can't really predict the ecological situation in 10 years, much less 100. Like, we can guess, but we don't really have enough of an ecological model of the earth to, like, really say what's the consequences of XYZ. Am I right? Like, I'm just saying, like, there's a good reason for what you're saying. Like, what you're saying is there's good reason to take precautions in trying to hypothesize too much, right? Does that make sense?
um I would say that, like, we have thousands of human cultures, of which, actually over 1,000 have been studied in detail by anthropologists, and, of course, they're contained in, like, George Murdoch's ethnographic atlas. um and what these studies would seem to point to is we can see how people operate in different scenarios under different pressures, and we can make inferences, right? Like, oh, like, well, this society is doing this and it has this result, right? Like, I mean, cultural anthropology really is as much like a science as any of the so-called hard sciences, right? Like, you're observing how different cultures react to different, like, just pressures and different, like, things that they might have to come up against, and how they answer the questions, how have they survived for thousands of years, and, which ones are more adaptive, which ones are, like, better than others. I know that, there's sort of a sense, and a lot of anthropologists don't think you should make, like, value judgments, right, because of the cultural relativism and all that. But at the same time, it's clear that some of the societies are doing a better job, right, of creating stability, creating, like, good foundations for their own society to survive, and other
Right.
societies not.
Well, but also, like, we're on a move. So, and by the way, whoever's in the audience, like, send this StreamYard to, like, Machine and Annapurna and some other people. Like, let's get this panel going because you graciously brought up a good topic, and so I want to really maximize this if we can, if it's possible. But based on, so, like, kind of where I'm going with it is, like, let's say, for example, right, like, you have JD Vance, right? Like, JD Vance allegedly is Northern European guy, right? And he married an Indian lady, right? So, like, and I know that's like a weird example. Let's just go with it for the moment, right? Like, generally speaking, like Indians seem to be more like R selected, as far as we can tell, right?
Well, it's interesting that there's a lot of variation when you get societies that are like super, they have like big like class differences or caste systems. It gets a lot more complicated because in the aggregate, you could say like India is like faster life history, right? Like if you look at, people up until recently tended to have relatively low like marriage ages. They started reproducing young, etc. Certain castes had polygamy, right? But like even with that, it's really complicated though, because if you look at like the Brahmins, they were probably just as like case elected as any other society in like Siberia or Northern Europe or Northeast
Right.
Asia.
Right. And so I guess the thing is this, like, in a sense, we kind of don't like the caste system, but in another sense, like, who are we to judge the caste system as outsiders in a sense, right? Like, and again, this is kind of where I think the woke ideology is so dangerous, because really, it's not necessarily that their critiques are bad in and of themselves, but it's like it's endless, right? It's a perpetual like spiral where you just never stop analyzing everybody's critique, and obviously, like, you and I come from a particular culture. Even if we're just genetically different, we have a similar cultural lens to examine things. Like generally Christianity, generally the English language, generally Western Europe, generally America, right? Like if we spread this ideology to someone from India who moves here, like they're obviously going to have a very different take on like critical critiques of Western European society as well as their own, right? And so I guess what I'm really trying to say is like we're on a moving train of like technology, of culture, of language, of all these different moving pieces, right? And so I guess what I'm trying to say is like we swung really hard in the thing of in the direction of allegedly giving women rights, while simultaneously like basically putting women as putting the ultimate woman's right as like property of the state or property of a corporation, or maybe not like technically, but I guess effectively that's what we've done, right? And so we've turned like people into like wards of corporations or wards of technology or wards of the state or something, right? So I guess that's where I guess that's how I would say it is. So again, just to take it back to like the manipulative thing, right? Like, is it manipulative to tell women that, well, education is good for you or something, right? Like, because again, it depends on what do you mean by education, what do you mean by manipulative, what do you mean by good well-being, right? Like, so
I would say with like specifically the education thing, right? Like I think the big psyop with education has been like just like, I mean, the education system in America, and I think really in all Western countries, has become like utter trash, and it's just useless. And we were manipulated into thinking that there was some like practical benefit to it, that it would help guarantee us a good job, a good career. And of course, for most people in our generation, that didn't happen. So I think the bubble kind of burst, and a lot of people, they don't trust the education system, which they shouldn't, because the education system in the West is really a fraud.
right, but see, this is the thing is like when you go to other countries and they're presenting Western education to people in whatever country it is or whatever culture it is, or bringing those people into our culture, right? Like, and I tried to make this argument earlier, right? Like, a lot of Americans have kind of like given up on corporate America. They've kind of given up on education as far as the way that it's been going, because obviously it's a lot of us Europeans have started to notice that it's not necessarily like swinging in our benefit, right? But then you bring in other people into the system and they're like, well, this education is free, and also it gives me like an opportunity, like a lottery ticket, to get quote unquote political power or quote unquote financial success or secure whatever for my clan or even just for my pride, right? Like, whatever status or something, right? So, again, it's like it's kind of a moving target, I guess is what I'm trying to say is like, so again, just to go back to it, like, what you're talking about is real. I'm not trying to say that when you say that men are manipulative towards women or whatever, like, yes, that's true. But even in saying that, it kind of strips women of accountability, right? And part of the problem is that there seems to be some sort of evidence that women have become accustomed to not being held accountable, whether that's because of the environment or whether that's because of their choice or whether that's because of their.
Well, you just sort of dropped off, but to answer the question about like, are women held accountable? I mean, I would say that people are held accountable for the things that they do, from a moral perspective, right? Obviously, like, there's extenuating circumstances in some cases,
Sex or
right?
group or gender or something,
You cut out for a lot of that, so I don't like. I only caught the first part really. The question about like accountability. My answer would be that like people, obviously, like, I believe, right, that people are judged based on their actions and based on like the level of to which they consciously participate in their actions, right? Like obviously, like, if you're a bad person, right, if you do a lot of bad things and you like are in full possession of your faculties doing them, then yeah, like that's bad, right? Like, if you're not, like, there's extenuating circumstances, there's circumstances that can make it, even worse. But I think ultimately, like, I guess it's like the intention behind the action plus the action itself is really like the crux of, whether something's moral or immoral. And actually, interestingly, that's sort of, I mean, that was like the classic Christian understanding, right, of sin, is that like sin is, meets certain qualifications. I think in the traditional Catholic view, it was full consent, full knowledge, and like basically like just is the action bad or not, right? Like, do you know that what you're doing is bad? Is what you're doing objectively bad? And are you in full like possession of your mind, right, while doing it? I don't know how much of that you caught.
I got it. Just do me a favor. I got most of it, but just give me a one-line summation of what you're saying. Like, I think I know my response, but just give me a one-line summation of what you said.
Well, basically, I guess again, because I didn't, you cut out for the second half, so I didn't really hear what the second half of what you're saying was. But responding to the first half, talking about like accountability, personal accountability. I think that basically people's accountability, their level of like blame for a bad action, depends largely on like their awareness. Like, are they in possession of their mind while they're doing the action? And like, what's their intent, right?
Yeah, and I guess the thing is, like, again, like, what I was trying to get at is basically like, do women want accountability? If they want accountability, then their argument towards, well, he manipulated me, at some point loses its sting, I guess, right? Because then it's like, well, at some point you have to take responsibility and accountability for being fooled, right?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
I guess
I
the
would
thing
say
is like for them, right?
like, obviously, like, if somebody's manipulated into doing something, right? Like, take the example of like the Manson family, right? Like, obviously the fact that like, you know, Mr. Manson was was like charming. He was, he was the Rizzler or whatever, right? He managed to coax people into doing bad things. Doesn't mean that like, oh well, they can just say, oh no, it's not my fault. He was just really charming and persuaded me, right? Like obviously, you have to take accountability for your actions if your actions are
Right.
bad.
Right. Well, and again, this goes to many things because I already know how it's going to be used against me. Like, if I make the argument I'm about to make, people will say, well, you can't blame the Jays for anything because of the argument you're making. So the argument would go something like this. Mean Mr. Mustache was just one guy. He didn't actually kill anybody. So technically, all the people who participated are more at fault than Mean Mr. Mustache. Right? You see what I mean? So, like, that's the thing is, like, where do you draw that line? If that makes sense, right? Like, where do you draw the line between, like, accountability, manipulation, culpability, and especially when you're talking about like taking into account environments, economies, ideologies, religions, aka cults. You know what I mean? So there's yeah.
Again, if you want to sort of give this, which I assume that we're both talking on like a moral dimension, right? Like, morally, people, I would say, I mean, again, I say this as somebody who, I don't have the like Western liberal idea that like morality is just something that like we construct from the ground up, right? Like, I would say that my own understanding of morality, which is, top down, spiritually based, it's yeah, I mean, if you do something that's like bad and that violates like, what I call the natural law, right? That's bad and you're held to account for that.
Right. Well, and I guess the thing is like, you know, I guess a lot of it comes back down to enforceability, right? Like, I think there's a lot of things that go on right now in this current situation we're in, in the realm of like men and women relationships, for example, right? And then we see like someone who's being manipulated or something, right? But really, like, whose authority is actually at play? Like, most of the time, it's just basically the states, and the state basically doesn't want to get involved any more than it has to, right? And so the responsibility comes back down to like the people involved, and so the general narrative is like, well, masculinity or masculine men who want to control women's decision making process is limiting their uh, free choice or free will or whatever you want to say, and therefore, if a man, let's just say like if a man's like, let's say the guy's 20 and his sister's at 19, right? And the girl's dating a crack smoking fentanyl dealer, right? Who's killed 3 people or something, right? And the guy intervenes and basically says, like, I'll beat you up if you date this person, right? Like, is he a toxic masculine person, or is he uh, temporarily interfering in someone's free will for a better outcome, right? Well, generally speaking, most people are going to say he should. It's not his business. He's an adult. The government will probably put him in jail if he acts on the threat, or even just making the threat, right? So, uh, now you come back to a situation of like, who's really being manipulated? Is the crack dealer manipulating the girl? Is the girl manipulating him? Is the brother interfering, being the manipulative one because he's quote unquote being abusive? See what I mean? So it depends on who you ask, is kind of what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously, like in a situation like that, because you talk about like the government, I think that obviously the idea of the government being like the arbiter of morality is like really bad. Obviously, I mean, I know that in modern Western society, a lot of people have that attitude that like the law equals what's right or wrong, but I mean that idea is just ridiculous on the face of it. Like the American legal system, or like if you live in another country, right? These Western legal systems that are based on, liberalism and stuff, they don't make any sense, and it's totally arbitrary. So like, obviously, like I would not say that, when I talk about like things like who's morally culpable, who's accountable, I'm not like gonna appeal to like, what some like police report's gonna say. As far as the scenario that you're talking about, I don't it doesn't the way you described it, it doesn't sound like anybody's like necessarily in the right. It sounds like everybody's just doing like on like a maladaptive path of life. And it's a scenario that's, very common in a society like ours that's like crumbling and falling apart. But that's not like, there's situations where there's no good guys, right? In fact, I would argue that probably most situations that we find ourselves in nowadays, there's really no good guys. I don't know if that answers your questions.
Sorry, I was engaging in a IRL conversation on the side. I would say it's like this. Like, yes, perhaps it's some of the laws and ideas are arbitrary, and they're in the ones that are enforced on the. And some of the rules that are enforced on the in the West are kind of arbitrary, but on the other hand, right, a lot of these other Eastern places aren't necessarily, or whatever, these other societies aren't necessarily better in the sense that like there's still arbitrary rules being imposed. Um, it just kind of comes down to like who has the most status, the most money, the most political power, the most correct families. I mean, the most connected families or something, right? So, and again, I'm just kind of like uh, pushing back on the idea that it's like a uniquely Western thing. I mean,
I don't think it's a uniquely Western thing. I think like what you could say is, well, obviously now, like the whole like, like liberal enlightenment ideology has been exported everywhere. I would say what's unique historically is this notion that like that a legal system slash a moral system is something that like just comes from us, that we just like figure it out, right? And to me, that like that's really what like the entire enlightenment project is about, is about changing, basically changing epistemology, right? About with everything from like we we receive like some sort of revelation from on high, and we like interpret it and try to live by it, to we're like groping in the dark trying to figure this stuff out by ourselves. And I think it's really dangerous when you switch over to the latter, because now you're pretty much just like allowing for relativism, right? Just allowing like, well, anybody now can come up with their own idea of what the truth is, of their own idea of what's right and wrong, and now that can become like government policy.
sorry, I was spreading the link around a little bit. Yeah,
No,
I
that's
mean,
fine.
yeah, I mean, I get it. I guess so. I mean, the thing is this, like, what I don't like is that it's like, well, and again, this is not really like a critique of you per se, although like I could make it that, but I don't want to. But like, uh, the idea I think is that like Western men are toxic because they manipulate women to get laid or something like this, which is true, right? Like think of like an Andrew Tate, right? But at the same time, it's like, look at what's happening in India or these other places. Like I don't necessarily know that like Western European culture, whatever its problems that have developed over the past, you know, period of time, is really any worse than any other place. And in fact, I mean, obviously, I'm from this culture. I'm a little bit partial to it. Like, I would say that like among ourselves, we can work out the problem probably pretty well, right? Like Western Europeans had no problem killing each other over whatever we were killing each other over for a long period of time, and our culture kept changing and stuff like that. And also, you know, let's be honest, like they don't call it Judeo-Christian for no reason. Like we've been manipulated or influenced by other cultures, namely, you know, whatever you want to call Judaism, for you know, for better or for worse, depending on who you ask, right? But um, I guess what I'm saying is like I think that left to our own devices, we could probably work it out and survive. And you know, like I think that you know before all these postmodern ideologies that basically like erased any sort of like grounding for people to do, like people could probably sort things out, right? Once you get to feminism and these kind of like proto woke ideas like Marxism and you know just Hegelian shit, I guess I'm not the best you know arguer about that kind of stuff, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like you know we could probably figure that out. But now we're in a state where it's like the government may be stupid and useless and as far as like representing the people, but it's still something we have to contend with. To go back to the analogy, like um if the brother does these things, like it might not be right, but there will be consequences potentially that he's going to have to deal with and everybody's going to have to deal with, right? And so to ignore it in the equation is probably not wise for anybody involved, right? Like you still have to consider the fact that like we have this state that will uh, act upon you, um, whether it's right or wrong, right? And even though it's not really a democracy, like kind of like the court of public opinion, or at least the perceived court of public opinion, does matter a lot, right? I mean, there's probably a lot of people on both sides of a courtroom who should have gotten off or should have gotten to jail, but because the court of public opinion, you know, favored this person's narrative more than the other, they got away with it, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, you know, when we're really looking at this from this perspective of like, do men need? I'm reading this thing. Do men need sex? I mean, uh, men throughout history have probably a lot of the time gone without it, but those men didn't really reproduce for their offspring to worry about, right? So I guess that's kind of where the conversation has to start, right? Like, if you're not able to reproduce, then it doesn't really matter if you need it or not, because you know, at least from a material standpoint, like you know, it's whatever. I think that there's a lot of people who go without sex.
Well, I think the number
You know,
multiplies based on how many of them listen to Tim Gordon.
well, that's see. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I'll give you an example. Like, I have this theory, right, that like someone like Andrew Wilson, for example, right, who talks all about how we need to go back to traditional ways of life and traditional marriage and go to church and find a lady. Like, whether he intends it or not, he's basically promoting feminist ideology, right? He's promoting a very gynocentric view of the world that,
Oh
frankly,
boy,
women don't find
you ever,
very
did you ever read
good.
Rachel Wilson's book?
A little bit. I didn't read a lot. I kind of skimmed the first section of the book, but
It was probably the most misandrist anti-male thing I've ever read in my life.
that's interesting. Why would you say that? That's very interesting.
Because I mean, she straight up like lied in ways that just like insulted and denigrated men. Like she lied about like what um about human history and like human anthropology in such a way to like create this narrative that like basically biology and nature is just anti-male, and that's good, right? I mean, and she criticized feminists because according to her, feminists aren't misandrist enough, and they're trying to like raise men's status. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, she actually
Wow.
said this.
Well, that is a very interesting critique because I mean I don't want to get into my deep conspiracy theory about it, but let's just say that I have a pretty deep conspiracy theory about why that may be. And yeah, I mean I think that that's it. It doesn't surprise me, but I do find that surprising that you came to that conclusion because um, I think if you really listen to how their arguments are constructed, it is basically a rad fem position, right? And again, this is kind of funny too. It's like that's what's funny about a lot of these like red pill people in general. Like some of it, I think, is very useful, right? And this is kind of like you were talking about the dichotomies that need to be broken down. It's almost like this, like because, and I'm kind of stealing this from Machine Lies, by the way. So this is not really my own idea, and I don't know if he gives credit to somebody else. But it's like, like I like Stefan Molyneux, the is ought, right? Like he was trying to like create an argument to get rid of the is ought. And then we just talked about this other like dichotomy that we just broke down here. Another one is like how and why. Like, is there a difference between the how and the why? I would say that probably that should be something that should be focused on, right? Like, is the how you get laid as important as why you get laid, right? Or are they the same thing, right? Does that make sense? Like, everybody wants things, right? But the way in which you achieve them matters, right? Like I have a kid right now, and he tries to win, and sometimes he doesn't really try to cheat, but he just gets overexcited and he jumps the gun and takes things out of turn, right? And I have to instill in him, hey, if you break the rules or you step out of turn, the whole game loses its flavor, right? But that's the thing is like there's plenty of people in the world, and I'll just beat up on Indians since it's popular now, right? There's plenty of people in the world. Like if he goes and plays against an Indian guy who's trying to play poker against him, right? For example, I'm just saying something controversial, right? Um, and he's from that culture, and he's from the streets or slums of Mumbai or whatever, right? You know, is it should he expect that this person's going to be playing the game for the love of the game, or should he expect that this person might be playing purely for the money? Does that make sense? And so the attitude in which you approach the situation matters a lot, right? I mean, in my opinion. But again, this is the thing is like if you're on we're not playing like the village of this village against that village in some like Western European city of like Germany or Scotland or something, right? We're talking about like a global economy. We're talking about a global language, a global ideology now that we're all like kind of stuck in. Even if we totally reject it, we still have to make moves within that game or system, I guess, right? So I
Yeah,
don't know.
man, and really that's like no, because obviously like I am for better for worse. I am, living now, and you're living now in the places that we're living in the world that we're living in. Um, my interest is I see a lot of problems that I think are theoretically fixable, but they involve huge masses of people doing like, soul searching, doing a lot of like work on themselves internally, right? Like I see a really maladaptive situation that doesn't need to exist. Um, I see like a lot of bad faith actors like Tim Gordon who we've been covering tonight trying to like foment problems that don't need to exist. I see a lot of like, you know, hurt and just like and pain and interpersonal relations that is really unnecessary. And I see a lot of people that are damaged and broken that didn't have to be damaged and broken, right? But like there's just so many things that like people are doing wrong that it doesn't I don't know, maybe it's just like me, but it doesn't even seem like doesn't seem that hard for me to figure out like, oh, these people like Tim Gordon, they're bad faith actors, they're telling you to do like toxic maladaptive shit. But it just seems like, people just eat this stuff up, and it just like the amount of cultural pull that you get if you're just like lying to people and getting them to do things that are really self-destructive is really amazing. And what I try to do on this channel is I'm trying to like, use lessons of societies in the past that lasted for thousands of years and clearly did something right because they lasted thousands of years, and try to apply them to our modern problems. Say, hey, maybe these people in the past weren't just like stupid idiot cavemen or whatever, right? Maybe like, these problems that we're facing now have been problems that everybody in history has faced, but so many people, have just like come up with these solutions that we in our modern arrogance we're ignoring that because we think, oh, we're above it all, we shouldn't listen to the past, we should try to forge our own path. And we're clearly not doing a good job forging our own path. We have a society that's like literally like coming apart at the seams right now, and maybe we need to learn from these people. Maybe we need to humble ourselves and come to the conclusion that these people in the past, that maybe they didn't have electricity, right? Tim Gordon got butthurt when I triggered him. He eventually started whining at me that like, I can't believe you respect a culture that doesn't have electricity, right? Like maybe we need to humble ourselves. And
Well, yeah, and not to interrupt you, but I mean that's the thing is like so I'll give you an example, right? Like you, me, and Tim Gordon come from one culture, right? Yeah, if I remember correctly, you went to you were in China or something like that before, right?
I lived in China for a year.
Okay. So I'm gonna make one small caveat, right? Okay, before communism, there was a China, right? After communism, there was a China. But definitely, we could say that there's probably irreversible results from China becoming communist that are basically immeasurable because we can't really go back and examine what that culture was before communism, right? Does that make sense? But
Yeah.
when you were in China, right, and you saw a romantic marriage or relationship, quote unquote, right? Like, wouldn't you say that that's very, very, very different than the way that we perceive romance or a marriage or child rearing or something? Does that make you know what I'm?
I would say less so nowadays, just because I was in a city, and the city was like, it was very westernized. So
But what I
yes,
mean is, like, generally speaking, people don't like fall in love and get married. It's more of like, hey, my parents approve of you, or hey, we work in the same place. Like, it's not really there. There's a lot less like emotionality about relationships, right?
yeah. I mean, yeah, I'd say so in the aggregate. Like, I mean, like when I was there, some of the like younger people were, because they've been raised on like Western media, so they were starting to get into that. But yet, definitely like the more like middle aged and older people, absolutely.
Yeah, like for example, I was just in like this area near like all these tech companies, right? And I was in this grocery store, and I see all the married couples who are Chinese, right? And I'll be honest with you, like I'm a little bit disgusted when I see the way that like these relationships are because they're I've known enough of these people to like speak with some authority. Is like a lot of times these marriages are very pragmatic, right? There's not really a lot of Western values involved.
Well, I mean, of course, that critique has been made. The Chinese themselves have been very critical of that in the past, right? Because there's that whole like idea with Confucianism that, oh no, you're supposed to, everything's just like about hierarchy and submission, and marriage shouldn't really be about like meeting of the minds or whatever. Um, right? Like the The Chinese, though, for hundreds of years, a lot of them have understood that, okay, we do this out of moral duty, but we don't really think this is adaptive, right? And because when the Chinese people, when they expanded down to like the south and west into Zomia, and they started encountering these cultures that were more, liberal, right? That were more like that did have like love marriages or did have like, premarital sex and things like that, like courtship, the sort of stuff that I talk about a lot, on this channel, right? When they did expand to these areas, there was a big problem that like the native Chinese would start imitating the customs of these local tribes because, obviously nobody wanted to be like bound up, like foot bound or whatever, right? And there were actually like a number of novels written during like the early Qing dynasty period in like the 17th, 18th centuries where they would put like people would put words in the mouths of like ethnic minority shamans and elders and basically saying like, you Chinese, you tell us that, your society is superior, that we're savages, but really, you're the savages because you guys have like these just like dead like social relationships where all you think about is your status, all you think about is like your place in the Confucian hierarchy, whereas we're like more like simple and natural and free. There was actually I think a really creative way for Chinese people that felt kind of repressed by their own culture to critique their own culture by using these ethnic minorities.
Yeah, I get that, and I guess the thing is like it's like in a sense like am I critiquing their culture as it is now, or am I critiquing their culture as it were or as it was? I mean, and because like really the thing is like a lot of those values are still there from before, but obviously the environment's changed, and so now the values are applying very differently than they would have a few hundred years ago. And I see the same problem in the West, right? Like all of these Western ideals grew up in a situation where it's like the Vikings and the British and the Scottish and the Irish. Like the Romans came and conquered this place, and then after that, and left their mark. Probably less violently, in some regard, right? And then after that, you had all these, probably internal squabbles. Then you had the Vikings come and impose themselves on whatever, on these people and left their mark, right? And then you had, probably the Jews come after that and use their financial systems and then change the environment, right? So then these values changed again and again and again, right? And I guess that's the thing is like, we're again, it's like you're kind of on a continuum, right? And I think, obviously now we have like everybody's got a cell phone in their hand, which didn't exist even 20 years ago, right? So obviously,
The rate of cultural change is sped up drastically, right? Like, I mean, really, and this is actually, I mean, I used to joke about like, if I ever became like a published author or something, I'd come up with like a just like they have, Sturgeon's law or whatever, Newton's laws. I joke that I come up with like J.R. Busk's law, right? And it would be something along the lines of the that like a religion might come into a culture and it might superficially change the culture, but the culture will change the religion more than the religion will change the culture, right? So like when Christianity
yeah,
came to like these pagan tribes in like Northern Europe or whatever, Christianity, like medieval Christianity in Germany was like Germanness with Christianity thrown in, not Christianity with some Germanness thrown in, right? Like, and that
yeah.
like
I mean, I definitely pretty much agree in general. Like even if it's not all the way true, I think it's a good rule of thumb, right? And again, this is kind of what I think a lot of the discussions really boil back down to, right? Like the thing, again, just to make it simple, like Western European people, we're not all the same. We've happily, slaughtered each other over stuff for a long time, but generally speaking, we can understand each other, right? I don't know if you've been to China, right? Like, so like when you were in China, do you feel like either A, the people could understand you when you were there, or B, that they even wanted to understand you? Now that's different than you being here and them coming here. But I'm saying when you were there, did you felt comprehended? You know.
I would say that my impression is that the Chinese compared to Westerners are much more group selected, and therefore like because of that, like they don't like if you're a conspicuous foreigner, you're not one of them, you're going to like you're going to stand out, and they're going to like they're not I'm not going to say like they're not going to quote unquote care about you, right? But um yes, they
Your
want
in
to be.
your input is perceived to be lower status and value in
Yeah,
general, right?
it's so like there I guess you could say there's not a whole lot of effort made to understand you as a Westerner, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not like that they're like less capable of understanding in general, right? It's just that like, your position as an obvious outsider as a Westerner, it's gonna be a liminal position, right? There's not this, at least so far in China, they haven't yet started getting this like ideology that we have now in the West of like, oh no, just like we're all global citizens and everybody's like,
Right,
everybody's welcome here. Everybody's just like the same thing, basically, right?
right. So just to take it back for the moment, right? Like, well, now let's back up, right? So like you have me, you, and someone like Tim Gordon, right? Same kind of culture, same kind of genetics ish, again within reason, right? Right? Same kind of language, etc. Right? Now, what's weird is that someone like Tim Gordon should be able to understand your critique of what he's doing and how he's doing it, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And
I think he does
adjust because
understand.
you are well, right? But he will not change his behavior unless he is forced, probably in ways that we can't discuss on the stream, right?
Well, I mean, the thing is that I don't think that like Tim Gordon is even like operating honestly, though. I think he's just discovered that like there's
No,
this
no,
market.
that's what I mean is like right, begin
I
to
don't know
do
if you,
something in a way that we can't talk about is what I'm saying, right? Like he will not respond to reason. He will not respond to the power of the argument. He won't respond to anything other than compel, some sort of compulsion, right?
yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't really care, if Tim Gordon comes around and like admits that he's wrong because like, he's just some like loser on the internet, right? My concern is the fact that he has a platform and he has influence, and a lot of like like he's messing with a lot of people and messing up their lives, right? And these people, Tim Gordon himself, yeah, he's just a bad faith actor. The people that he's manipulating and screwing, right? They're people that aren't necessarily bad faith actors. They're just being manipulated and screwed over. And now, Tim Gordon is sowing negative social epistasis and making society a worse place for like a lot of people, right? It's like the butterfly effect, right? Like one small stupid action or grifty, fraudulent piece of crap can really like send the whole of society crazy.
But would you say it's because of his charm or his guile or his whatever or his good looks or something, or would you say that perhaps he's being promoted for some other more clandestine reason?
Well, it's certainly not his charm or his looks. I would say I think that it's he's I number one, I do think he's being promoted, right? I mean, he's obviously being promoted. Look at the way YouTube rewards him versus the way that they treat me or Machine Lies or yourself, right? Like he's been basically it's been a cakewalk for him to get like fame and clout and all this shit to just promote lies and just do evil, right? So I do think he's absolutely being promoted. On top of that, though, like, why is he appealing to people? Because he's taking like desperate, like lonely young men, right, and telling them, giving them like fake solution. Right? He's almost like a Beelzebub figure or something. Right? He's like the devil. He's like he's telling people what they want to hear so that they sell their souls to him. I don't know if you wanted to comment on that, but
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing some IRL things at the same time.
fair enough.
Yeah,
No worries.
yeah, I mean, I think so. I guess here's the thing: is like, so I want to ask you a favor. Do me a favor. State what position you think that he's either A, successfully supporting, or B, you know, like just break down his general position of like what is he being promoted for? I guess like on the surface, like give me the exoteric thing that he's promoting. I guess is how I'm trying to put it.
I think the thing he's being promoted, like the reason he's being promoted is just to like continue this gender war, right? Like I think that it's useful to people at the top to pursue like a divide and conquer strategy, right? And a gender battle is going to be especially effective because that's like the most basic human division, right? Like you attack the internal of the home and the family and gender relations because that's such a fundamental building block for society that if you want to create a society where people are suspicious of each other and isolated from each other, like that's the most natural thing you're going to go for. And but you're going to want to be smart about it and like pretend that you're doing the opposite. So that's what like these red pill grifters do, is like they're basically doing the same thing that like the radical feminists did to women. They're doing it to men, but they're hiding behind, no, we're teaching you how to be like good family men, we're teaching you how to be like good Christian men, right? um they're when in fact they're actually accomplishing the opposite.
Right. So like I have so I have my own theory, right? So this is one of the theories I hope I get known for, which is not really my idea. It's more like a Chomsky idea, but I think people like Tim Gordon are there not to change people's minds per se. I think he's there to produce evidence as if he's changing people's mind and creating a culture that actually doesn't exist. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I think that the people that listened to Tim Gordon came in like basically agreeing with him anyway, right? Like I think that he basically has this like incel army um that are easy to manipulate because they're desperate. And I think that like he views that, or he's like trying to hold that up as a win, right? He's trying to use that as a flex. Like And you saw that even in this video, right, where he was like going on about like, oh look, I've got like, people out there on Twitter ratioing, Lila Rose or whatever, right? He's like has this like built in. I don't know how many, some of them might be bots. A lot of them probably are anyway, right? Like, but he's got this like just built in like crux of supporters that mostly, came to him through like Andrew Tate or through Jordan Peterson or something anyway. So he's not the first stop. I don't think anybody's discovering the red pill through Tim Gordon or whatever, but he's carved out this niche and he has this like army. And you notice this the same thing, right, with like orthobros, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure obviously I know you've had this experience. I've had this experience of like getting dogpiled by the orthobros because they almost function as like a Borg, as like this big unit, and one of them, if one of them goes after you, like they all go after you. It's like they're almost like an ant colony or something.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that like this is kind of what I'm saying about like the situation is like maybe it's always been this way to some degree, where people are tribed up or clanned up, but now it's like people are tribed up and clanned up according to like ideologies or things that aren't necessarily attached to like your physical or mental or your spiritual well-being, right? Like I think before that those things were kind of like somewhat attached, right? Now they've become progressively more and more detached from those things, right? And so I guess what I'm trying to say is like now these people, and again, this is why I say that like, like you mentioned Manson, right? Like I think Manson is one of those things like, everybody's in their own little Manson cult, not everybody, but a lot of these people, right? They've been culted up into some sort of cult of ideology or whatever, right? So you have the Tim Gordons of the world or the Ortho Bros of the world that have been initiated into some cult. Now, again, a lot of these people probably wouldn't characterize that, and they'd be very mad that you characterize it that way, right? But essentially, effectively, that's what it's become, right? And it's distinctly different than a religion where, and I know people don't like the word religion, but you get the idea. Like in religion, there's some sort of refinement process, right? These people are not being refined; they're being progressively more deeply ingrained into like an ideology or something that they can't really question, I guess, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, they have they're definitely not like, I think of Christianity as, sort of ideally Saint John Climacus is the ladder of divine ascent, right? Like obviously you're not going up the ladder of divine ascent if you're like sitting there saying that like guys are supposed to be coomers, right? Like that's what like
Right.
what's being promoted here is like obviously like it's obviously like about pulling people down rather than lifting them up in any real sense.
Well, and so here's the thing: is like so we have the exoteric version of what we're saying, right? Now, if you had to guess, right, and you really had to think, like, what would be the purpose of this cult of dividing men and women in such a manner? Like for me, it reminds me of what you're saying about Rachel Wilson's book, right? Like, isn't that kind of what is being promoted in a weird way? And that's what's weird again is like you see the Andrew Tates of the world and stuff. And honestly, I'll be honest, I think a lot of what Andrew Tate says for someone who has like a higher level IQ and some experience with women, it's not the worst thing ever because I think it's something that most people will see that like he's saying some levels of truth from a comedic standpoint that someone with a high IQ and experience can kind of like process, right? When he's saying these things to like 95 IQ, 100 IQ guys who have been playing Fortnite since they're like 6 months old, right? Probably not the best thing for them to be listening to, right? And it's exponentially worse than someone like you and I to listen to it. Does that make sense? And so,
yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like the younger you get them, the the more completely indoctrinated they'll become. And I think
Well,
that like
I would take it even further. I would say it's more. It's not only the age at which you find them. It's like the level of curiosity that these people have, either inherently or because of the way they were raised or whatever. Like, I don't know
Mhm.
what makes me very curious, right? Like, I've always been very hyper aware, I guess you'd say, right? Like, of like, maybe this is true, maybe it's not. I can apply this and see how it works. You know, kind of like, I don't want to say like a scientific mindset, but like, okay, this is a moral set. Let's see how it works in the real world, right? Or something like that, right? Like, but most people are just kind of like, I don't want to say most people, but like, it seems that there's a lot of people that just respond to stimulus, right? Like, I can get away with this, I can't get away with that. I can get away with this, I can't get away with that. You know, and so they just kind of like, you know, pick and choose their morality, their ethics, or their, you know, their choices based on an ever evolving set of principles that aren't really even principles. It's just more of like, you know, reactionary, I guess you'd say, right?
well, I mean, I
And
guess
again, yeah, go
well,
ahead.
I mean, you're basically just describing like sheeple, right? Like you're just describing like the people that ultimately, I'm not gonna say they're useless because obviously it's like it's really important to have sheeple around in a good adaptive system where they're being led by like something that's healthy. You want to have people around like that because then they'll all do the healthy good thing you're supposed to do. But obviously we don't have something healthy and good anymore. So, now they're all being led down these dark paths.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sorry, I was reading the comments of Luminaire. I mean, so like I'll give an example. Like I'm just reading this comment, and see, I don't think that what Luminaire is saying is wrong. I'll just read the comment first. Westerners tend to see isolated nouns and individual properties and tend to fixate on the abstract. The Chinese tend to see relations and focus on the concrete slash practical. I mean, like, yes, but again, like I don't think it does it justice, right? Like from my perception, what I would say, like, is like, for example, right? Like, I've met a lot of Chinese people, and a lot of them really don't like other Chinese people, and they really don't like their own culture a lot. Like they're, it's kind of like us. Like they're a part of it, but they don't really like love it, right? Like they have a lot of critiques of it, but they've, generally speaking, like critiques aren't welcome in their culture. Does that make sense? So they keep the critiques to themselves, right? And in doing so, right, like there's people that they don't really get along with or like as like a friend or something, right? Or as a family, right? But there are certain cultural ways that you fake it to make it as far as relationships go, right? Does that make sense? Like when you go to somebody's house, you take off your shoes, you bring a gift, you say really nice things and boost their ego, right? You may not actually want to do that. You may not actually like this person, but it's a big part of your culture that regardless of how you feel about this person, you just fucking do it, right? In our culture, generally speaking, that's kind of looked down upon as, and again, it doesn't mean that people don't do it, but in general, it's like a general rule of our culture that like there should be some level of honesty that's required, right? Does that make sense?
Hmm.
So,
I mean, obviously, like living in
yeah,
China, right? Like you experience that a lot. Like I almost felt like it was like a big game that the Chinese were all in on there, right? Like I don't think, obviously if you grow up in a culture like that, you know when you're like receiving praise and compliments that they're just bullshitting at you, right? Like the like they like I always feel like if it becomes that much a part of your culture, it almost like doesn't doesn't even seem dishonest to you because like everybody's in on the game, right? Like everybody's
Exactly.
in
That
on the
exactly. Yep. And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. And again, I'm not saying that that's bad or maladaptive or whatever. I'm simply saying that like the average Western mind can't really fully comprehend how deep uh those kind of things run, right? Like
well,
because again, yeah.
if you want to get into like the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis idea, right? And I guess this is sort of Lumiere Clarita was kind of talking about this idea of like, making almost like linguistic, right? Like a different languages are structured differently. And according to the Sapir-Whorf idea, which, I mean, is a controversial idea in anthropology, but a lot of people, have promoted it that like if your language is structured in a different way, you think in a fundamentally different way, right? Like where like unless you're in like the Basque country or something, if you're in the West, you're speaking an Indo-European language, and Indo-European languages have certain structures. Um,
Oh,
certain like
I can tell you 1,000,000% that's true from experience, right? I know 1,000,000% that's true because I've lived in foreign countries briefly, but still, long enough to experience it. But also, I've just talked to a lot of people, and I sorry to interrupt you, but like, for example, right? I've known people fresh off the boat, and I'll just use China because it's an easy example, right? Fresh off the boat from China, people who've been here for 10 years, people who've been here 20 years, and people who were born in this country, right? But of Chinese descent, right? Now, even with an American education and everybody's speaking the same language, et cetera, right? They still perceive the English language through the concept and the mind of somebody who speaks Chinese, right? So, like one of my friends I used to work with, right? Born in America, fluent Chinese, got a bachelor's degree, very well spoken person, right? When he uses the same word as me, he is not using it in the same way. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just it's hard to describe unless you've experienced it, but like the words that he's using are coming from a Chinese perspective. Okay. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just simply saying that like he and I will never see eye to eye, even though we speak the same language, the same culture, all this, right? It doesn't mean that we can't work together. It doesn't mean that we can't have some sort of friendship or whatever, right? He will never perceive things the way that I do because I think in English, my genetics probably, I grew up in a household with all the same kind of people, right? Just like he grew up in a household full of people who speak all Chinese and came from like Hong Kong or wherever they came from, right? So yeah, I think that's totally true, and again, like I forgot where we're going with that, but again, I think it kind of goes back to the idea of like, you know, it's the thing that's dangerous about what this guy Tim Gordon's promoting, I guess I'd say, is that when a Chinese person gets a hold of this ideology, and I'll send you an example right now. I'll send you a good example. Check this shit out. So you want to see a weird example that I know that only people like you would appreciate.
Ooh, I'm interested.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to text you this picture, and you feel free to share it on the screen if you want. But I don't know if you want to take a risk on it. But oh shit. Let me see. I guess I sent the wrong link to somebody or something. Let's see here. But yeah, so check that picture I sent you and let me know what you think of that.
Oh, did you send it through StreamYard?
No, I sent it through Discord.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, and read it before you share it, and because I don't know if you want to take the risk on sharing it on YouTube or not, but I just felt so somebody sent this to me from some like page in like China or Taiwan. So this is like something that's being passed around in like Asia right now. This thing that I sent you.
Oh, Discord's making me do two-step verification with my dadgummit. Um, is there like a possibility that you could just send it in the private chat or something? Just because like Discord is being a pain in the butt right now.
Well, I don't know how to send it. I don't think you can send pictures
fair
in the
enough.
back there.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
if there is a way to, I don't know how to, I guess. Well, let me just read it to you. I'll read it and I'll censor the words that might get us in trouble. So this is a picture. Let me just go back to the picture here. All right, so this is a picture of a meme, and let me find it. Sorry. Okay, here it is. Okay, so it's a picture of a meme, and the picture has stick figures, and the stick figure is like bound by the hands, and somebody's holding a whip. And it says the title of this meme is "So You Say Your Kink is Not Political," and it shows a person with their hands behind their back tied up, and it says, "But you practice shibari," which I guess that's like the art of tying people up, a practice that derives from Hoju Jutsu, a technique used by the police to capture, interrogate, and torture people. But you like to be the master to a slave and play with the power hierarchies and labels that are drenched in thousands of years of suffering and death. But you use floggers, whips, and canes, all of them implements that were and still are traditionally used to punish and dehumanize prisoners and slaves. But real kinbaku needs to come with tatamis and yakutas, else it's not Eastern. But you love your sissification so you can play out traditional roles that women had to endure and suffer through hundreds of years. But it's hot to do some race play, Nazi play, and engage in traditional 1950s household play. This poster is not about kink shaming, it's calling on you to reflect on the fact that kink does not exist in a vacuum. It's a privilege to consensually, quote unquote, play with these topics instead of being caught in them without consent. It cannot be separated from politics, history, and lived experiences. Practicing kink is political. At its worst, it reenacts. At its best, it deconstructs. So, whatever you and I take away from that, obviously a person who's from Asia is going to take that into a different direction, right? So, it is. I mean, I'm just saying, like, did the concept of kink exist in Asia 5 or 10 or
Oh, we got somebody
20 years
else
ago?
coming in the stream.
Yeah, I sent the
I
link to this
mean,
person. He's
like,
okay.
you're free to join. I'm actually like probably nearing the end of the stream, but no, I mean DK Spiracy, you're definitely free to join for the time being if you'd like.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, to answer the question, I mean, I think that obviously, like, you know, I mean, that whole thing is just like a very like decadent modern idea. I'm not saying that like there weren't versions of it in like previous times, right? Obviously, like I think that, there were usually like when a civilization got to a certain point, right? When it got to its late autumn or winter of civilization, I think that like the thing that you just read out, like that sounds like a bunch of like gobbledygook trying to like justify and like it to me that sounds like it's like an intellectual just trying to like intellectualize the fact that he's a pervert, right?
What I've found when I've been looking through history is basically when any civilization gets to a point where everything is good, they start resorting to pleasures rather than carrying on, just doing the things that are good that got them there in the first place. So they start becoming decadent, and that is when societies start collapsing.
But yeah, it's like, well, it's the idea of the cycle of civilizations, right? The hard times create strong men and all that stuff,
Yes.
right? Like,
Yep. Yeah, exactly that. As soon as things are too good, people just start looking for pleasure rather than realizing what it took to actually get the place to that state in the first place. Like it's just already been done. We don't have to do anything. So then they resort to just like decadence and pleasure seeking, and they never contribute anything, and therefore society collapses.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, right? That like that it's really like bad for humanity to not have like some sort of challenge, right? That like on some level, I feel like because something else that you notice often happens. It's not just in our society. You can see it in like other civilizations as they had careened towards their destruction. Is that like when we're in like the soft era, right? When everything's like supposed to be utopian and happy, people actually get like really miserable and they sort of feel dystopian. I think it's because like we're not intended for just like a life where we're sitting on our asses and doing nothing, right? Like that's not actually good for us as a species. And I think deep down we realize that, and that there's almost an extent to which the decadence that leads to our destruction is like an unconscious or a subconscious desire to destroy this society so that we get the struggle again. That might be like overly psychoanalytic.
No, but I mean, isn't that kind of what people like Tim Gordon are trying to like herd us into? They're trying to turn us into lemmings running off a cliff, essentially.
Yeah, of course they are. What it is there's I can't even remember who this saying comes from. One of you will be able to tell me who it comes from. Before you achieve enlightenment, you must chop wood and fetch water. After you achieve enlightenment, you must chop wood and fetch water. Just because you suddenly think you've achieved enlightenment, you suddenly think you know more than everyone else, you still have to chop wood and fetch water. You can't just stop like doing the things that allow you to live all of a sudden. Now, you can't just give up because I've attained enlightenment. Now I need nothing and need do nothing. Everything will just get delivered to me. I can just sit here with my VR headset on and live out my life in some fantasy video world. That is where things are heading. That is how they're going to keep people subdued in like the smart cities once the robots have taken everyone's jobs. Medicated, sedated, and distracted.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? Like there is, if you read like people like Yuval Harari or something, they'll talk about this idea
shit, yeah.
like this idea of
I haven't read it, but yeah, I've heard his talks.
I mean, that's the thing, like, right? Like you see this mindset, and it's just like, these are like powerful, influential people, right? Like, lots of people listen to Yuval Harari that are, famous and big and have a lot of power over us, right? Like they're he's out there basically saying like, yeah, like human beings are kind of like just like excess material at this point,
Yeah.
right? Because we have like AI is getting more sophisticated, and
He's not the only one who said it. So like, what's going to happen with people when robots take over most of the jobs? Well, most of them won't be needed. I can't remember who it was.
Don't worry. Don't worry. They're going to do that here in the West after they've imported millions and millions of people who came here looking for a job. So that's going to be really good.
See, it's all happening at the same time. People think it's going to be one thing or the other. It's going to be like the robot replacement of jobs, but you've also got the excess of the immigration. I live in a Western nation myself. I live in New Zealand. We've had, I think, percentage-wise, one of the largest intakes of refugees. We'll just say it nicely, shall we? Refugees of most Western countries. Like, per capita basis, like the amount that have come in is quite huge just in the last few years. But we're not seeing the catastrophic things that are happening in some other countries over here. I don't know why. I don't know why that stuff isn't happening here yet. When I'm seeing other countries with the same or less per capita refugees. I'm going to keep saying refugees because I don't know.
Well, I have a theory. I have a theory
on your channel. I could say a lot worse. Don't worry.
I have a theory. I have a theory why that is, because a lot of rich, powerful people have moved their families to New Zealand. If I had to guess.
Yes, there used to be a loophole here. I don't know if they've fixed it or not, but there was a loophole where if you built a bunker under your house, you had to put in for the council, the planning, and get permits and things. But if you built a bunker under your garage, no permits were necessary. So these people were building like $1 million house, and then underneath their garage would be like a $10-20 million underground bunker. And I saw this a long time ago, like years ago. And the guy got in touch with the owner or CEO or spokesman, whatever, of the American company who builds the bunkers. And as I said, this is years ago, and I don't know when or if they've changed this loophole. But at that point, he said he'd already built 36, but he couldn't disclose anything about any of them. So yeah, damn right they're moving over here. Because we're like one of the furthest removed countries. If they start doing anything stupid, I'm serious. If anyone starts any wars or starts doing anything stupid, we're basically as far away from that as is going to happen. Like North America, China, Russia, Middle East, UK. New Zealand's as far away from all those countries as you can get.
Right.
So you're saying that it's a safe place if shit goes down relatively to the rest of the world?
Yeah, well, compared to the rest of the world, especially if you have like a $20 million bunker.
Well, and also the fact that there's not like a lot of natural resources that can't be found in other easier to access places, I guess, right? Like it doesn't mean that there won't be people coming there to look for it, but the thing is that if you gradually decline the rest of the world into like VR goggles and like coon pods, right? They're probably not going to feel like New Zealand's the first place they need to go for resources or something, right?
Well, the thing is, New Zealand's quite a small population. If all these rich people are in bunkers underground and something really bad does happen, because they're going to end up with this whole island to themselves. Or, the couple of islands that we are. But, they're going to end up with all of this with only wiping out like 5 million people. Wouldn't be the first time they've wiped out 5 million people in a minute.
Well, I mean, it's a great climate too, right? It's not too hot, not too cold.
Yeah, pretty much, eh? Depending on where you live. Some places get hotter, some get colder. So yeah, everyone moves to where they actually don't mind being there. I was born in like the coldest, right at the bottom, and I hate the cold. I've lived in some hot places, but yeah, the work ran out, so now I just like sort of live somewhere in the middle. Yeah, south of the middle, actually.
And you know that would be I mean, I guess that would be sort of like an ideal, getaway, right? Like New Zealand's probably like, a whole day's flight from. I mean, I guess it's pretty close to Australia, right?
Yeah, about 4 hours flight to Australia from Australia to where I live, I think.
Even
Oh,
though
wait.
Australia is pretty, isolated from the rest of the world, just
Yeah, but
physically.
everything in Australia wants to kill you. Be careful about that. See, in New Zealand, we got like almost nothing. We got 3 poisonous spiders, and 2 of them are from Australia. And the next most dangerous creature is probably a wild pig or a
Dang.
deer. Yeah, like we actually have no large predators here.
That's weird. How's that work? How's like Australia have like the most dangerous animals of anywhere, and then New Zealand has the least?
I don't know. Maybe we broke off first, or maybe we got rid of them. I don't know.
Dang. Right, because like, well, New Zealand was like not settled like early too, right? Because Australia had the Aborigines like 50,000 years ago, but the New Zealand, like the Maori didn't show up until like just a few hundred years before the white man did.
Pretty much. But there was already people here before that. That you're not allowed to talk about that. That'll get me in shit. The Maori have become like a big political like party movement thing over here now. Trying to claim that they are the ones that own New Zealand and everything. So it's become a real issue. Even though there was people here before them. But the white man's bad for coming here and taking stuff off the Maori. Even though the Maori already took stuff off other people. So, I don't know. Says, I mean, I can't say too much about that. That's something that probably will really get me in shit. I'm already watched by everything anyway. Pretty sure I'm on every list they've got. Yeah, I was speaking about the things that you shouldn't be speaking about during 2020, 21, 22. So, yeah, they've been watching me for years. Now, did everyone else leave? Or did something crash? What the hell just happened then?
Oh, I think his internet must have died or something.
Yeah, well, that's what I was wondering. I didn't think I'd offended him. I thought we were having a good conversation. So, yeah, I was hoping I didn't offend him or anything.
No, I don't think so. I think his internet died, so I'm guessing.
Okay.
I don't know for sure.
Well, I'm hoping so. I hate it when people don't say if there's an issue and just disappear.
Well, it's probably not his fault. He probably didn't do it on purpose, but yeah. Well, I guess
Yeah,
we'll.
that's what I mean. Yeah. No, that's what I mean. Like, if there's an issue, say something. Don't just run away.
Well, I think it happened to him earlier too, but he's probably about to fall asleep. So, why don't we just jump ship and then let him save his StreamYard time? So,
okay.
yeah, and then we'll. I might set up.
you only get a certain amount of time or some shit. Hey, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I might set up another one later, so I'll give you a holla.
Yeah, well, later I'll be more drunk, so be careful.
Well, I don't mind. It doesn't bother me.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool, bro. All right, talk to you soon. Bye.